planning to start a business? Or are you already running a young, innovative enterprise with global ambitions and need additional acceleration? The Startup Plus program at Slovene Enterprise Fund has everything you need to grow your startup or scale up globally fast with the right combination of financial and substantial support. The program offers an upgrade of basic business infrastructure in Slovenia and provides the most ambitious enterprises with comprehensive public-private support for the realization of their daring goals. The program provides your enterprise with the following: a total of more than 700,000 euros in funding, participation in more than 10 programs, a personal mentor, active networking in the entrepreneurial community. Even the most original idea has little chance of success without funding. The Startup Plus program combines 3 financial products: Startup Incentive P2, which gives you a grant of 54,000 euros, SK75 convertible loan in the amount of 75,000 euros, SISK co-investment of up to 600,000 euros, where the Slovene Enterprise Fund doubles the private investment of business angels, funds, or corporations. Money alone is rarely enough when it comes to writing a successful business story. That's why the Startup Plus program allows you to gain invaluable experience, acquire additional knowledge, and expand your network of relationships with the help of more than 140 carefully selected mentors. Moreover, in addition to mentor support, you will also have the opportunity to participate in more than 10 practical and goal-oriented programs with high-level content and experienced professionals. These programs are as follows: Push to Start Acceleration Program for P2 recipients and SK Growth Camp for SK Investment recipients. Startup Clinic to diagnose and solve the toughest business problems. INTL program to effectively internationalize startups and scale-ups. Corpo Start program to help find synergies with corporations. The Specialized Vertical Accelerator Hardware Start for enterprises engaged in the development of hardware. Next Round program, which will help you prepare for and connect with domestic and international investors. The Podem Conference, the most influential startup and tech event in Central and Eastern Europe, which aims to connect innovation with business opportunities and capital, as well as knowledge. A dedicated scale upgrade program for networking, mutual learning, and networking of scale-ups. A sales accelerator to increase sales skills and facilitate the achievement of annual sales goals. The Team Building Plus event to help bring together players in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. The website www.startup.si, where you can find all startup and scale-up enterprises, events, policies, initiatives, news, opportunities, and key stakeholders. The website supports and rounds up the wide range of Startup Plus programs. Here at Slovene Enterprise Fund, we will continue to make every effort to create the best conditions for the development of startup and scale-up enterprises in Slovenia. How can we help you on your entrepreneurial path? Visit us on our website. Are you planning to start a business? Or are you already running a young, innovative enterprise with global ambitions and need additional acceleration? The Startup Plus program at Slovene Enterprise Fund has everything you need to grow your startup or scale up globally fast with the right combination of financial and substantial support. The program offers an upgrade of basic business infrastructure in Slovenia and provides the most ambitious enterprises with comprehensive public-private support for the realization of their daring goals. The program provides your enterprise with the following: a total of more than 700,000 euros in funding, participation in more than 10 programs, a personal mentor, active networking in the entrepreneurial community. Even the most original idea has little chance of success without funding. The Startup Plus program combines 3 financial products: Startup Incentive P2, which gives you a grant of 54,000 euros, SK75 convertible loan in the amount of 75,000 euros, SISK co-investment of up to 600,000 euros, where the Slovene Enterprise Fund doubles the private investment of business angels, funds, or corporations. Money alone is rarely enough when it comes to writing a successful business story. That's why the Startup Plus program allows you to gain invaluable experience, acquire additional knowledge, and expand your network of relationships with the help of more than 140 carefully selected mentors. Moreover, in addition to mentor support, you will also have the opportunity to participate in more than 10 practical and goal-oriented programs with high-level content and experienced professionals. These programs are as follows: Push to Start Acceleration Program for P2 recipients and SK Growth Camp for SK Investment recipients. Startup Clinic to diagnose and solve the toughest business problems. INTL program to effectively internationalize startups and scale-ups. Corpo Start program to help find synergies with corporations. The Specialized Vertical Accelerator Hardware Start for enterprises engaged in the development of hardware. Next Round program, which will help you prepare for and connect with domestic and international investors. The Podem Conference, the most influential startup and tech event in Central and Eastern Europe, which aims to connect innovation with business opportunities and capital, as well as knowledge. A dedicated scale upgrade program for networking, mutual learning, and networking of scale-ups. A sales accelerator to increase sales skills and facilitate the achievement of annual sales goals. The Team Building Plus event to help bring together players in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. The website www.startup.si, where you can find all startup and scale-up enterprises, events, policies, initiatives, news, opportunities, and key stakeholders. The website supports and rounds up the wide range of Startup Plus programs. Here at Slovene Enterprise Fund, we will continue to make every effort to create the best conditions for the development of startup and scale-up enterprises in Slovenia. How can we help you on your entrepreneurial path? Visit us on our website. you planning to start a business? Or are you already running a young, innovative enterprise with global ambitions and need additional acceleration? The Startup Plus program at Slovene Enterprise Fund has everything you need to grow your startup or scale up globally fast with the right combination of financial and substantial support. The program offers an upgrade of basic business infrastructure in Slovenia and provides the most ambitious enterprises with comprehensive public-private support for the realization of their daring goals. The program provides your enterprise with the following: a total of more than 700,000 euros in funding, participation in more than 10 programs, a personal mentor, active networking in the entrepreneurial community. Even the most original idea has little chance of success without funding. The Startup Plus program combines 3 financial products: Startup Incentive P2, which gives you a grant of 54,000 euros, SK75 convertible loan in the amount of 75,000 euros, SISK co-investment of up to 600,000 euros, where the Slovene Enterprise Fund doubles the private investment of business angels, funds, or corporations. Money alone is rarely enough when it comes to writing a successful business story. That's why the Startup Plus program allows you to gain invaluable experience, acquire additional knowledge, and expand your network of relationships with the help of more than 140 carefully selected mentors. Moreover, in addition to mentor support, you will also have the opportunity to participate in more than 10 practical and goal-oriented programs with high-level content and experienced professionals. These programs are as follows: Push to Start Acceleration Program for P2 recipients and SK Growth Camp for SK Investment recipients. Startup Clinic to diagnose and solve the toughest business problems. INTL program to effectively internationalize startups and scale-ups. Corpo Start program to help find synergies with corporations. The Specialized Vertical Accelerator Hardware Start for enterprises engaged in the development of hardware. Next Round program, which will help you prepare for and connect with domestic and international investors. The Podem Conference, the most influential startup and tech event in Central and Eastern Europe, which aims to connect innovation with business opportunities and capital, as well as knowledge. A dedicated scale upgrade program for networking, mutual learning, and networking of scale-ups. A sales accelerator to increase sales skills and facilitate the achievement of annual sales goals. The Team Building Plus event to help bring together players in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. The website www.startup.si, where you can find all startup and scale-up enterprises, events, policies, initiatives, news, opportunities, and key stakeholders. The website supports and rounds up the wide range of Startup Plus programs. Here at Slovene Enterprise Fund, we will continue to make every effort to create the best conditions for the development of startup and scale-up enterprises in Slovenia. How can we help you on your entrepreneurial path? Visit us on our website. planning to start a business? Or are you already running a young, innovative enterprise with global ambitions and need additional acceleration? The Startup Plus program at Slovene Enterprise Fund has everything you need to grow your startup or scale up globally fast with the right combination of financial and substantial support. The program offers an upgrade of basic business infrastructure in Slovenia and provides the most ambitious enterprises with comprehensive public-private support for the realization of their daring goals. The program provides your enterprise with the following: a total of more than 700,000 euros in funding, participation in more than 10 programs, a personal mentor, active networking in the entrepreneurial community. Even the most original idea has little chance of success without funding. The Startup Plus program combines 3 financial products: Startup Incentive P2, which gives you a grant of 54,000 euros, SK75 convertible loan in the amount of 75,000 euros, SISK co-investment of up to 600,000 euros, where the Slovene Enterprise Fund doubles the private investment of business angels, funds, or corporations. Money alone is rarely enough when it comes to writing a successful business story. That's why the Startup Plus program allows you to gain invaluable experience, acquire additional knowledge, and expand your network of relationships with the help of more than 140 carefully selected mentors. Moreover, in addition to mentor support, you will also have the opportunity to participate in more than 10 practical and goal-oriented programs with high-level content and experienced professionals. These programs are as follows: Push to Start Acceleration Program for P2 recipients and SK Growth Camp for SK Investment recipients. Startup Clinic to diagnose and solve the toughest business problems. INTL program to effectively internationalize startups and scale-ups. Corpo Start program to help find synergies with corporations. The Specialized Vertical Accelerator Hardware Start for enterprises engaged in the development of hardware. Next Round program, which will help you prepare for and connect with domestic and international investors. The Podem Conference, the most influential startup and tech event in Central and Eastern Europe, which aims to connect innovation with business opportunities and capital, as well as knowledge. A dedicated scale upgrade program for networking, mutual learning, and networking of scale-ups. A sales accelerator to increase sales skills and facilitate the achievement of annual sales goals. The Team Building Plus event to help bring together players in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. The website www.startup.si, where you can find all startup and scale-up enterprises, events, policies, initiatives, news, opportunities, and key stakeholders. The website supports and rounds up the wide range of Startup Plus programs. Here at Slovene Enterprise Fund, we will continue to make every effort to create the best conditions for the development of startup and scale-up enterprises in Slovenia. How can we help you on your entrepreneurial path? Visit us on our website. you planning to start a business? Or are you already running a young, innovative enterprise with global ambitions and need additional acceleration? The Startup Plus program at Slovene Enterprise Fund has everything you need to grow your startup or scale up globally fast with the right combination of financial and substantial support. The program offers an upgrade of basic business infrastructure in Slovenia and provides the most ambitious enterprises with comprehensive public-private support for the realization of their daring goals. The program provides your enterprise with the following: a total of more than 700,000 euros in funding, participation in more than 10 programs, a personal mentor, active networking in the entrepreneurial community. Even the most original idea has little chance of success without funding. The Startup Plus program combines 3 financial products: Startup Incentive P2, which gives you a grant of 54,000 euros, SK75 convertible loan in the amount of 75,000 euros, SISK co-investment of up to 600,000 euros, where the Slovene Enterprise Fund doubles the private investment of business angels, funds, or corporations. Money alone is rarely enough when it comes to writing a successful business story. That's why the Startup Plus program allows you to gain invaluable experience, acquire additional knowledge, and expand your network of relationships with the help of more than 140 carefully selected mentors. Moreover, in addition to mentor support, you will also have the opportunity to participate in more than 10 practical and goal-oriented programs with high-level content and experienced professionals. These programs are as follows: Push to Start Acceleration Program for P2 recipients and SK Growth Camp for SK Investment recipients. Startup Clinic to diagnose and solve the toughest business problems. INTL program to effectively internationalize startups and scale-ups. Corpo Start program to help find synergies with corporations. The Specialized Vertical Accelerator Hardware Start for enterprises engaged in the development of hardware. Next Round program, which will help you prepare for and connect with domestic and international investors. The Podem Conference, the most influential startup and tech event in Central and Eastern Europe, which aims to connect innovation with business opportunities and capital, as well as knowledge. A dedicated scale upgrade program for networking, mutual learning, and networking of scale-ups. A sales accelerator to increase sales skills and facilitate the achievement of annual sales goals. The Team Building Plus event to help bring together players in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. The website www.startup.si, where you can find all startup and scale-up enterprises, events, policies, initiatives, news, opportunities, and key stakeholders. The website supports and rounds up the wide range of Startup Plus programs. Here at Slovene Enterprise Fund, we will continue to make every effort to create the best conditions for the development of startup and scale-up enterprises in Slovenia. How can we help you on your entrepreneurial path? Visit us on our website.
Welcome to the future. The future is here. The emerging technologies will change the way we live, the way we think, and the way we create. The future always feels like it's running late. Human imagination works harder than human enterprise. But in any given moment, scientists and engineers are redesigning future technology and the world around us. The rate of progress over the last half-century has been abnormal. And it's just the beginning. What is ahead of us? Get ready to dive into the new dimension where we are connecting the dots between technology, innovation, science, startups, and corporations.
Hello, is anybody there? Hello? Can you give me the sign that you can hear me? Press any emoji signs down here to show me that you are with me. Oh, great. Now that I'm live, it's time to present myself. I'm Johnny, and today I decided to jump into the future with you guys, and I promise you we will have a great time. So let's see what I prepared for you today. Through the Future X conference, you will have the opportunity to win amazing prizes. But the way to them is a mixture of focus and pure luck. The first challenge is called Catch the Future. During the program, you will be able to see the future on your screen. Your job is to take the screenshot, post the photo on social media, and write down the quote from the content. And don't forget to tag Future X Conference. The ones who will be able to catch the future every time it appears will get the best gadgets. But in case you miss the future, you can still have a chance to try your luck at the Future Machine. So this is it. Let's stay in touch and enjoy your journey to the future.
The Startup Plus program is co-financed by the Slovene Enterprise Fund and the European Union through the European Regional Development Fund. It is implemented based on the program's substantive support for recipients of financial resources, SMEs, from 2018 to 2023 within the framework of the operational program for the implementation of the European cohesion policy in the period 2014 to 2020.
The conference is brought to your place by Sasha Incubator. And we would really like for you to get to see where the story has been created. So a really warm welcome to Slovenia, welcome to Welenje.
Spoštovani in spoštovane, dobrodošli v Velenju, dobrodošli na novi mednarodni konferenci. Tokrat četrto leto zapored in seveda smo veseli in ponosni, da se tudi ta konferenca dogaja pod okriljem Saša Inkubatorja v mestni občini Velenje z zavedanjem in prepričanjem, da lahko tudi na takšen način ustvarjamo lepšo prihodnost. Pred nami je veliko izzivov, ki so povezani predvsem z izstopom iz premoga. Ravno zaradi tega izziva ne smemo gledati kot nevarnost, ampak predvsem kot priložnost. Priložnost za vse nas, za zagonska podjetja, za velike korporacije, za naše skupno povezovanje. Povezovanje zato, da bo tukaj v tej regiji, pa tudi širše, ustvarjenih novih veliko priložnosti. Prepričan sem, da smo tega sposobni. In prepričan sem, da lahko naša regija izstopi iz te tranzicije v neko zeleno, razvojno naravnano regijo. V prihodnost, ki bo pravzaprav takšna, kot si jo želimo vsi mi, predvsem pa mladi. In naj bo ta prihodnost pravzaprav priložnost za vse mlade, za vse tiste, ki si želijo ustvarjati, ki si želijo dostojnega življenja in kvalitetne prihodnosti. Konec koncev je to naša odgovornost. Zahvala vsem, ki sodelujete in zahvala vsem, ki boste tudi v prihodnosti sodelovali, se povezovali in iskali skupne rešitve v dobro vseh nas. Hvala lepa.
And I'm the CEO of Sasha Incubator, organizer of the Future Conference. Welcome! We are entering the future, here and now. And this is happening as long as humanity started to create using their minds. It was always about desire. Desire to create something new. Desire to make a change. Today we are standing at the breaking point where everything is about to change, faster than ever before. If we want to catch the wave, we must start thinking different. Today we are proudly opening the new platform Future X to connect startups and corporations in the field of Industry 4.0. Because it's no longer David versus Goliath. It is David and Goliath. Together, stronger, unbeatable. Today, 100 startups will get the chance to join the free platform and present their solution to potential partners from the corporate world. After we reach the magic number 100, we will close the applications. Why? Because we want to get to know you better and see where our team can help you to shine even brighter. You are probably wondering, what about the corporations? Don't worry. In January, we will open the platform for our corporate partners. And here, all the magic will happen. The platform will find the perfect match and suggest connection between a problem and potential solution. It will give you the chance to explore the enormous potential of fresh and creative solutions in the field of Industry 4.0. So, are you ready? The platform will go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Declared, the best way to predict the future is to invent it. How do successful organizations build on their history, even as they craft a new point of view about what comes next? Business is at the center of innovation. Companies are competing to create the products and industries that will be successful tomorrow. Extraordinary visionaries are sometimes also entrepreneurs who see possibilities and then strive to bring them to life. But which companies are the future creators? The ones who are not afraid to take risk. The ones which move fast and break things. The ones that ask for forgiveness, not for permission. Yes, we are talking about startups. Startups are weird. They are full of people working on ideas that barely make sense for markets that don't exist. They are also full of people who want to do things that have never been done before, which means that they need to invent new stuff before they can find customers. It's a terrifying process. If you have spent time in the startup world, you know what we are talking about. But if you haven't, it may seem like we are making it up. So, let's meet Kemal Balihadzik and his story.
At the FutureX conference, talking about startups, hustle, grinding, and innovation. Love my life, hashtag CEO, hashtag speaking, hashtag dominating. Oh, and one more thing. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. This is gonna be great. How I started and how I came here. This morning, around 5 o'clock in the morning, what I did first was I took some time for myself, like 15 minutes, just rounded my thoughts. And I was actually thinking about what to do with my life. So then I had a cup of coffee, I did my jogging, I started working around 10 o'clock in the morning. And, I quit my 9-to-5 job because why waste your 9-to-5 job? Why waste 8 hours on something that, you're working for somebody else? Yeah. So what I did was I quit my 9-to-5 job to work actually only 2 hours a day. And here I am, a startup entrepreneur. Oh, man. You know how many times I heard this? You know how many times I really get the chills when I see somebody on LinkedIn or on Facebook typing in, ninja or digital guru or growth CEO, founder, etc. So what people are actually anticipating when they start a company, when they start building their dreams, and when they decide to quit their 9-to-5 job is usually something that they believe and see on social media. Or they believe when they talk with other people and they say, hey, this guy drives a cool car. This guy has a nice suit. This one is, he's always on TV. He's always on social media. I want to be like him. So that's what we're thinking when we talk about startups. But let me tell you something. And this is the cold-hearted truth, I swear to God. Let me tell you something. 90% of startups fail in the first 2 years of their existence. That's what they're not telling you. They're not, they're talking about, hey, it's good to be an entrepreneur. Yeah, it is good to be an entrepreneur. And I'm the one who's going to actually tell you my story. I'm not going to talk about some other stories. I'm not going to talk about some other people. I'm talking about myself, my journey, what I did in order to succeed in business. Now, it's not about only hustling and grinding and saying, hey, we're going to do it on social media, we're going to post what we're doing and it's going to boom. It's not like that. Usually, the key question that we always have to ask ourselves is, what does it take to be an entrepreneur? What does it take to start off your company? And let me tell you something. Everything you hear about startups, forget about it. Forget about what you hear. We're all following Elon Musk, we're following Jeff Bezos, Jack Ma, all these big people. We all watch the movie, right, of Steve Jobs. And we think, hey, I want to be the new Steve Jobs. I want to be the new Jack Ma. I want to be the new Elon Musk. Elon, he tweets something and it goes crazy. Why? Because he's Elon Musk. He built something from scratch. But what people don't see is the 80% of things that he doesn't publish. The 80%, the Pareto principle, which says 20% of what we see is done by the 80% of what we don't see. So this is the same in startups. Well, this is the same in life. These people, Elon Musk, for instance, the guy, he literally did what people thought improbable, impossible. He made it happen. He built the electric car. He's building a spaceship. Let's talk about Jeff Bezos. He started out with selling books online and then having the largest, one of the biggest distribution and transport companies in the world. These people, they're still alive. They're with us. And there's 100 people like that. But the key question that we have to ask ourselves, what do they have that makes them an entrepreneur, that makes them successful in what they do? Now that's the question. It's easy to say, hey, I have an idea. Screw the idea. Nobody talks about the idea. It's about the execution that matters. It's about what we do regarding that idea that matters. So let me tell you my story. One of my biggest achievements that I'm very proud of, I got married when I was 20. I got my first kid, my beautiful baby daughter, when I was 22 years old. It was something incredible. It was something that I really thought would help me grow, and it did. But it was tough. Let me tell you something, people. It was tough. It was hard. It was hard being a young dad. While at the same time, you have all these goals, you have all these wishes to succeed. And I didn't have a father that was with me. I lost my father very early. And I didn't have somebody to push me into that direction and tell me, hey, kid, what you're doing is wrong. So I started out working in a company, all right? And I was pretty much good at it. I was climbing the ladder. And my first company, which I was always thinking about new stuff, new ideas, new things to do. At the age of 22, I started out my first company. And let me tell you something, it was a great name. I chose the name. It took me a month to choose the name. It took me more than a month to actually make the logo. And listen to this. It was called The Royal Choice. Oh God, it was amazing. It failed after 6 months. I closed my company down. Why? Because at the age of 22, you feel like you know it all. At the age of 22, you feel that whatever you do is going to succeed. You feel like you can move the mountains, but also you feel very anxious. And you're not listening. At the age of 22, I started and I failed, which was one of the best milestones that I had in my life. And I don't regret it. I love it. I speak about it. Because without that failure, I couldn't succeed in my second company, which I sold for peanuts. I sold it for nothing. And then I started out my third company. And the way I did it was I had to quit my 9-to-5 job. And why I did it was I was pretty good at my 9-to-5 job. I was very good at it, but I didn't work 9 to 5. I worked more than 12 hours a day within another company. So when I was, done with that thing, I was thinking, should I choose another company or should I start my own? Now, let me tell you something. When you come to that point, when you're thinking, and most of you listening to me right now are thinking, hey, should I quit my 9-to-5 job? Let me tell you something. Don't. Don't. Because in order to quit your 9-to-5 job or, to have some security within your family, find something that actually works. I didn't do that. I jumped and said, hop. That's what I did. I quit my 9-to-5 job. I opened my company and I was sitting there in my office. I took a very nice office. I pulled all my savings within that company. I opened the company and then I was sitting there and said, oh shit, what do I do now? What do I do now? And it was tough. I had all these partners, all these family members, all these people that were cheering me up, saying, hey, you're going to succeed, you're going to do very good, you're going to be awesome. And I was sitting there and I had a small kid, I had a wife that were very kind of nervous about it. And let me tell you about negotiating with the wife. Now that's different story. It's the biggest deal I had to make. But I was sitting there and I was thinking, what do I do now? And I swear to you, in the first 3 weeks, I had more than 50 meetings. I sold nothing. I sold nothing. What they don't tell you is that 9 out of 10 startups fail. What they don't tell you is when you open a startup, when you open a company, it's not about changing the name in LinkedIn or changing the name on Facebook or writing some cool posts or having some cool selfies taken on. It's about what you do that matters and how you succeed with your emotions, with your intelligence, with your efforts, with how much you actually put in the work, because that's what matters. It's not about the idea that you have. A lot of people have great ideas. And by the way, we live in 21st century. So right now, you can Google top 50 businesses you can do from home. Right now, at this moment, while you're listening to this, you can actually go and Google, say, hey, top 50 businesses I can do part-time to have some passive income or start my own company. But what does it take to be an entrepreneur. Because nobody tells you that when you start a company, you're not only the CEO of the company, you're everything. You do sales, you do a lot of administration that I personally hated, and I worked 3 years doing some paperwork that I hated. You do accounting that I didn't know anything about, because in my previous company, I had an account office, I had sales, I had a law, legal affairs. So all these things that I had, now it just fell on me. And I was thinking, how do I handle this? And it's tough. You go home, you lay down, you're thinking in your head, like, what should I do? How do I handle it? Now, there's a couple key points that you have to do and to understand. One, business needs money in order to survive. So a lot of startups, when they build their own company and have their own idea of how to do anything, and let me tell you something. I didn't build something tremendous, different like Elon Musk. I started out with a marketing agency because I was good in marketing. All right. I started out with building my own reputation in sales, training, coaching, because I was pretty good at it. I didn't do something that like most people didn't do. There's a lot of sales coaches, a lot of sales trainers, a lot of motivation speakers out there, but the way I did it was a bit different. So what you need at the time is, number one, you need to know what you're selling. You need to know what you're offering. And it's not about only money. It's about a solution that you as a startup offer. Because that's what business is about. Business needs money to survive. But before money comes into place, you need to find a solution that helps solve people's problems. You need to know what exactly you're selling, what kind of solution. That's what I didn't know. So that's number one. Number two is you need to understand that you're going to face a lot of no's when you start a company. You're going to face a lot of people who say, hey, you're good, but hey, let's talk sometimes afterwards. Call me in 2 weeks. Call me in a month. Not right now. Yeah, we have somebody on board. So that's what they're going to tell you. I had a lot of cases similar to this. That's what they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you, hey, that's good. You're great. You're a very good young man, but we have somebody else. You got to understand this. When you start a company, your family, your friends, your business partners, they're not going to buy from you. They're not going to even help you. They're probably going to say, he's going to fail or she's going to fail. So that's the cold-hearted truth that you gotta prevail with your smile. All right, so you're gonna face a lot of no's. Number three, when starting out, you gotta understand one thing. Your product has to be good. All right, whatever you're doing. But a lot of startups fail to succeed in their third or fourth phase of development, which is sales. So you have a cool product, you have a good founder, and I remember there were some kids coming for my mentorship program a couple of years ago, and they were saying, hey, we're going to be the next Facebook. I said, yeah, brilliant, let's talk about it. So they have it all figured out. But I asked them one question. How is this providing different value than the current products that are already online and that people can find just Googling it? And two, how are you going to earn money? Is it investment? Is it sales? Is it commercials, ads, whatever you do? So that's where most startups fail. They come to this amazing point where they're very enthusiastic, they're very energetic, but let me tell you something. Enthusiasts are amateurs. Professionals, they plan ahead. They think about what's going to happen in 2 or 3 years' time. So in their third phase, when the market needs to be introduced to the product or the service, that's where they fail. Why? Because they're not used to sales. They don't know what's in the market. Nobody teaches them what's in the market. They teach them about, hey, this is what you need, paperwork to open up a company. This is your product. You need to understand the development phase of your product. But nobody tells them the wholehearted truth, which is when you face the market, that's a jungle. That's a different jungle. That's something you have to kind of understand within you. It's going to eat you alive if you're not ready for it. So you got to understand sales. The fourth thing you need to understand is that people make business happen. People do businesses. It's not about products. It's not about services. It's about people. Find the right people to work with you within your startup, with the right mentality. Find the right people that will be your partners with you. Find the right people that are going to be your clients. Not everybody has to be your client, because you can't do it all. You know, the first 2-3 years of your startup, you can say, hey, I'm going to do administration, I'm going to do sales, I'm going to do legal, and you need to know this as a startup entrepreneur. But what happens afterwards, you need the right kind of people to take the edge off you so you can actually focus on doing your business. That's how you grow. And let me tell you something. In order for startups to succeed, you need at least 5 years. So number 5, patience. Number 5 is patience. I can't stress this enough. You can't be overwhelming yourself and thinking, hey, I need to succeed in a year or 2. Look at this guy. How did they succeed? Forget about that guy. Maybe he has an investor. Maybe his dad's got money. Maybe it's something else. You don't know what's happening. But you got to focus on yourself. You're going to focus on what you need to do in order to succeed. So patience. Number 6, you're probably going to run out of money. That's not what they tell you, right? You gotta, even if you have an investor, you find an investor in your startup and they tell you, hey, you can do it for 2 years. But what happens after that is you're gonna run out of money if you don't figure out what you're gonna do with your product or service or how you're gonna sell it. Furthermore, you gotta start hustling. You know what hustle means? It means grinding. It means literally pulling everything you got within you in order to succeed. An entrepreneur, look, the 9 to 5 thing, the 2 hours a day, that's bullshit. That's literally bullshit. You know, there's this saying that says, when I started up my company, I slept like a baby. I didn't sleep at all. I was working day and night. All right. When I started out, I still work a lot, but I worked for 23 hours a day out of 24. Sometimes I work 25. You gotta find, of course, time to sleep, but you gotta find something that motivates you so hard to succeed. And let me tell you something. Number 8, people are not gonna understand you. You're gonna be talking to a lot of people. Don't talk to a lot of people. They're not gonna understand you. They're gonna pull you down. They're gonna tell you that you're probably not gonna, that there are a lot of people similar to you. There are a lot of people that are gonna take the edge off you. They're gonna take your business and make something better, or you're gonna lose your business. Don't talk to a lot of people. Talk to the ones that understand you. They're gonna support you because they're gonna give you everything in order to succeed. So you have to understand one thing. If you're not ready to spend your nights grinding, thinking, making your business better, if you're not ready to spend your days working on yourself and your business, if you're not willing to spend the time that is required to learn something new and not to be better than other people in order to succeed, look, if you're not willing to be different than other people, something different that your product service has to offer, then you're not gonna succeed. This is not for you. And don't kind of judge yourself for that. But in order for you to be an entrepreneur, you gotta work very, very hard. And you gotta understand that whatever you do, there's a future that goes on for 4, 5, 10 years time. And you gotta work on it. Because if you don't work on it, nobody else will. And let me tell you something. In business, in startup, in entrepreneurship, it's all about you facing yourself. It's all about you taking the leap of faith without knowing what's underneath. It's the fear that will drive you. It's the edge that will pull you through. And at the end of the day, it's going to be you versus you. And let me tell you something. If you do all that, you're going to be an awesome entrepreneur. And you're going to type your name into that LinkedIn. And I'm going to be clapping all the way. Thank you very much. Hope you liked it.
Business today faces a market of constant instability and disruption due to significant changes in customer behavior, technology, regulation, and demographics. This demands an innovative response from business, otherwise they risk losing revenue and market share to more forward-thinking, innovate, and agile competitors. For many organizations, innovation is difficult to understand and execute. There remains a clear discrepancy between how big business and startups approach it. As a result, big business is looking to startups and entrepreneurs to identify disruptive ideas and opportunities for their business and to unlock innovation through the spirit, blood, sweat, and tears of entrepreneurship. It's time to move to Australia and meet Kevin D'Souza, Professor of Business, Technology, and Strategy at Queensland University of Technology. Drawing on over a decade of research and consulting on innovation and entrepreneurship with leading organizations, he will discuss how leaders can empower their teams to work in an agile, yet disciplined and decisive manner to exploit innovation opportunities.
Welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to address all of you, and greetings from Brisbane, Australia. My name is Kevin D'Souza, and for the last, I don't know, probably about 20 years, I've been interested in how do organizations harness and leverage their most critical asset, which is their employees, and more specifically, the ideas that their employees have and the energy that the employees have. Most organizations fail quite miserably when it comes to harnessing the ideas and the energies of their employees. As a result, many of their most talented employees choose to leave the organization, choose to move on to competitors, or even in a few industries, exit the entire industry, which leaves us with a lot of undesirable outcomes, from lower amount of innovation to actually not being able to tackle some of the grand challenges facing our societies. We live today in an opportunity-rich environment. Opportunities are endless and are all around us. We are living in some of the greatest moments in time, despite all of the challenges that we have faced and those that we will face. I actually believe that we have more opportunities than challenges. While I wouldn't consider myself an optimist, I would consider myself a realist, and to really focus on the opportunities. Too often we are surrounded by negatives. The news media is a common example where 90% of the news is about negative activities, negative intentions, negative issues. But there are very few outlets that actually celebrate the opportunities in our world. And so what I want to focus on today is a few remarks about how I think organizations should actually take advantage and seek out opportunities. Towards this end, it becomes vitally important that every employee, every individual, every object in the organization is one that has the ability to seek out opportunities, interact with them, and actually apply their talents and skills towards them. So why do I focus on this? I believe that as individuals, we are very curious. We are commonly curious about just about anything we interact with. While we might take most things for granted, like driving a car or going to the grocery store, most of us actually spend a lot of time thinking about the why and the how. So individuals by default are quite interactive. Curiosity is what gives us happiness. Curiosity is what enables us to play. It enables us to connect with others in newer ways than previously imagined. Curiosity also promotes us to take calculated risk. And curiosity often, while we may not always learn from every episode, but curiosity forces us to challenge assumptions. But here is where the role of the organization comes in. Uncoordinated, curiosity is only good if you work as an individual. So the days of the lone author writing a book on by him or herself, the lone researcher, those days are far, far few. There today, what really needs to happen is we need to have coordinated curiosity, and this is the essential ethos of why we have organizations. Organizations have to be able to connect curious individuals at scale and do it in a coordinated manner in order to drive true innovation and build the next generation of inventions. In order to actually harness curiosity, you really need an organization to focus on three things. And these are three things that here at the QUT Business School, we have been working quite a bit on, is how do we build organizations that are ambitious? How do we build organizations that are curious? And how do we build organizations that are decisive? So let me now walk you through each one of these features. So curiosity needs to have ambition. And like any individual who's curious, any researcher that's curious, the organization at scale must have some ambition. What is the ambition in terms of the organization when it comes to building an entrepreneurial environment where every employee, where every person that interacts with it has the ability to leverage their creativity and energy? Most organizations lay out their ambition in terms of what they want to do. This is called, in my mind, very, very output driven, but then there are a few organizations that actually focus on outcomes. What do they want to impact? But those ambitions often are disconnected from the realities that most employees face. That's why if you ask most employees of organizations to restate the mission or the values of the organization, many of them struggle because the mission statements are often these lofty ideals that don't get implemented into the day-to-day work. And so it loses meaning. So when it comes to designing ambitions, we really have to ask the question, what is the organization's ambition when it comes to being entrepreneurial? What is their ambition when it comes to why are they assembling this collection of individuals? What about their creativity? What about their passion is going to be scaled and is going to be integrated at scale? What gives meaning to that work is a firm realization that every employee, every interaction that employees have should lead to some connection to that overall ambition. Ambition needs to be clear when it comes to being entrepreneurial. What are the ideas? What are the frameworks? What are the issues that the organization wants to tackle? Ambition then leads to the creation of focus. Because if you have collective ambition, if you have collective areas where you have individuals interacting, you need to have focus. Focus is what gives people the ability to channel their energies, channel their creativity. Okay? So ambition drives the ability to focus and to identify zones where you would like your employees to be entrepreneurial. The clear identification of focus and these domains really give you the ability to reduce the amount of wastage that happens in an organization. Because without focus, employees might innovate in areas where the organization is not interested. The organization may call for innovations where employees lack an interest, and you have a lot of friction. And this plays out at multiple levels, especially when you have employees submit ideas to managers time and time again, but the managers just say, thank you very much, but I really want to solve problem X, and you are talking about problem Y. Or in other cases, where the domains that are being identified are too boring because employees are not excited by those ambitions. So having a very clear ambition leads to the first element, which is having focus areas. The second piece is how do you take these ambitions and the focus area and make it real? And here is where one of the key elements that I've seen in leading organizations is the presence of idea advocates. Idea advocates are sources of energy for employees. These are the individuals who an employee can go to and share an idea, get feedback on idea, get constructive development feedback. In most organizations, we have a lot of processes to screen stuff. So we know how to screen projects based on how much value we are going to get. We know how to rank employees based on performance. We know how to screen A versus B. So most organizations are very good at saying no because of the dominance of screening mechanisms. What you need to have as a counter to the amount of screening mechanisms is positive advocacy mechanisms. And this is where you need to have designated individuals, designated teams who are those places where the creative employees who are taking risks, who are encountering an opportunity in the environment, are able to actually go to and say, okay, here is what I'm seeing in the world. Can you help me make sense of it? Here is my idea. What can you do to add more energy around it? Idea advocates are those amplifiers. They are vital to keep the innovation quotient up because they promote ideas. They are in the business of taking raw ideas, taking work in progress, and giving both the idea creator and the idea itself more life. They are not there to screen an idea. They are there to give the employees the necessary resources to help them expand on their thinking, maybe broker a new connection that inspires them to think about a problem in a different way. This is only possible if you actually have the right ambition in place. Advocates also play another critical role. They help the organization see what's happening across the board when it comes to curiosity. These advocates are vital if an organization wants to plan for the future because they become the places where from the bottom up, from the edges of the organization, you have an ability to see where are your employees being curious? Why are they curious about a few things, so on and so forth. So that's the second piece. The third piece about being ambitious is to have a dedicated platform for employees to actually plug in and play. And this means building in defined processes for employees to experiment with their ideas. So this is where we move from ambition and link it to curiosity. Experimentation is so natural, most of us do it every day and we don't even think about it. We run experiments every day. Amazon, one of the largest companies in the world, they run experiments every time they create a new service. They are running experiments on different user interface, different pricing models, so on and so forth. Very few companies have the ability to empower their employees to think of their role as experimenters and in that being disciplined experimenters. What does that mean? It means that when an employee has an idea, when an employee sees an event happening, gets some particular feedback, the employee should be able to say, listen, let me develop a hypothesis. Let me think about what if I did this, what would happen? What if I did that, what would happen? And then through some framework, be able to try out these various experiments, obviously in a highly responsible manner and in a highly agile manner. So we need responsible and agility. We cannot have the processes be so rigid that they are highly, highly responsible, but very, very slow, very, very time consuming, because then nobody will do it. On the other hand, we cannot just run agile experiments that violate basics of responsibility, ethics, so on and so forth. So you have to strike the right balance. What experimentation allows you to do is to actually give employees the power to add more evidence on their ideas. Give employees the ability to learn as they are thinking about ideas, forcing the conversation on what is the data that supports your assumption A, your intuition B, your theory that if we lower the price, this is going to happen. If we change the service, if we change the location. Today, we have a wide array of tools available so that experimentation does not have to be relegated to the individuals in the research and development lab or the innovation team. Every employee should be encouraged to, when they see new opportunities, when they see new events that fall outside what they normally do in an automated fashion, they should not just ignore those as outliers. They should actually question it. They should actually bring that knowledge to the forefront. One of the other things that happens with experimentation is you move the conversation away from failure. There is nothing like a failed experiment. Every experiment, you either get results you expect or results you don't expect, right? That's why most of us do research, is we actually want unexpected results. Unexpected results give us more insight than things most people expect, because it's in the unexpected one that you have a higher chance of generating new knowledge and new innovation. So the third element that links ambition to curiosity is the ability to have experimentation platforms. Now, we're going to go to the last item. So the last item is about being decisive. So here is where organizations often have a wide array of ideas, wide array of processes, so on and so forth. And they keep discovering things, they keep inventing things, they keep coming up with new solutions, new ideas also. But very few of them see the market. Very few of them actually transform the world, change the world. And the reason being, most organizations are curious. Some, if you have bold imagination, bold leadership, are also ambitious. But curiosity and ambition does not equal guaranteed outcomes. What you need is the ability to be decisive, is the ability to act in the face of high amount of uncertainty in the world. The ability to say, you know what, after a certain amount of time, you have to take the risk and you have to stick your neck out, especially if you are going to be developing highly radically innovative solutions. The market may not be ready for you. The world may not be ready, but you have to act decisively. Moreover, when you see weak signals in the environment that are giving you insights that there may be a crisis coming down the line, there may be an issue that you have to contend with, it's even more important to be decisive. But if you don't have a framework for decisive, then what you're doing is just making very, very poor decisions that are highly biased, decisions that do not work because you haven't really thought through them in an organized manner. To be decisive, organizations need to be able to envision what are the intended and unintended consequences of a range of strategic options. Being decisive requires you to say to yourself, listen, we are going to manage our portfolio in this manner where there are going to be certain elements where you are going to make these big bets, where it's more important to learn from these experiences than actually get the necessary outcome. Because being decisive often, when it comes to being a first mover on anything, more often than not, you learn a lot from that process. You learn a lot from what went right, what went wrong. And this forces the organizations to build in very robust learning mechanisms. Also, when you are decisive, you have a higher chance of doing something that the stakeholders in your ecosystem do not expect. Because many of the time, the reason why we call it a decisive move is not only is it unexpected, but the impact of those decisions are pretty significant. That's why it's called decisive. So when you engage in that action or are considering being decisive, you have to be humble enough to say to yourself, when your ecosystem experiences the outcomes of whatever action, whatever strategy that you have chosen to act on, they are going to have some feedback. And sometimes that feedback is going to be very strong, and it may even be highly, highly negative. So you have to be able, this is why it's very important to be able to think through the intended and the unintended consequences of a certain strategy. And when that feedback is given to you, you have an obligation as a thought leader, as a leader of a firm, so on and so forth, to be humble enough to take that feedback, consider it, examine what about that feedback do you want to respond to? What about that feedback can help you revise your ambition, revise your curiosity, and even help you be decisive better in the future? Being decisive is not a one-time thing. You have to learn how to improve it over time. It's like the best athletes in the world. The best athletes in the world, many of them have the same training regime like all the other players that they play with. They all train, they all mostly eat the same thing, mostly they have the same kinds of environment, same kinds of so. But the ones that we celebrate, the ones that we admire, are the ones who can look at the environment, look at what's happening in a game. And then in those crucial minutes, crucial seconds, act decisively and innovatively because they already have the ability to see the environment differently. And over time, that ability to see the environment and make those decisive moves improves because they keep building on those skills. So I've talked to you at length now about ambition, curiosity, decisiveness, and why you need elements within it, like the need for experimentation, the need to have focus areas, the need to have idea advocates, the need to be able to learn from feedback in order to build a highly entrepreneurial environment. Let me close by giving you a few predictions on where do I see the future playing out, because that obviously is the theme of our gathering. So number one, you have to understand that we are living in a world and the word unprecedented gets used so often, and it's been used since the last almost 2 years now that we've been dealing with the pandemic. And as I give this talk, we are now dealing with a new variant that's emerging in South Africa. What we have seen through these last few months and last couple of years is an absolute coming together to solve global challenges. We have seen public sector collaborate with private sector. We have seen private sector accelerate the creation of drugs or the vaccines at a rate that we haven't seen before. We have seen nations exchange of vaccines from where they were needed to where they were hosted. We have seen individuals take on responsibility to self-social distance. We've seen all kinds of good stuff. And what we have learned from this experience, I hope, is that we all are unbelievably creative and we're unbelievably resilient. But we have also learned that society is highly fragile, highly, highly fragile. And the next few months and the next few years, we will try to test how fragile our societies are. One of the ways I believe that the future will unfold positively is if we design more platforms, if we design more organizations where employees, where non-employees, where any individual living in society has a meaningful way to harness their energy and their ideas. People want to be creative. People want to build new things. People want to design solutions. And if we can build these platforms at scale, and while most of my remarks are focused at the organization level, I believe this plays out at the societal level, we have a greater chance of not just reacting to problems, not just reacting to events in the environment, but thinking through and designing proactive solutions. The second thing that we have seen through the pandemic, which has also resulted in changes in the organizations that I work with, is to solve for the pandemic. It was not a health problem. It was not an engineering problem. It was not a political problem. It was not a public policy problem. It was a problem that required us to draw on those multiple disciplines, bring in people who could work across boundaries, bring in people who could have an integrated and synthetic view of the evolving environments that we had to confront with. We moved away from organizing by accounting, by finance, so on and so forth. Those days of organizing will not keep us ready to solve for the future. This is why, to my earlier point about having focus areas, organizations are better off learning from this experience and dismantling their traditional accounting group, marketing group, finance group, and organizing around grand challenges or grand opportunities, depending on your view of the world. Like to take the issue in the public sector, for example, if we are to solve problems like homelessness or the eradication of poverty, it's not going to be solved just by the housing department or the economic department. It's going to be solved if we bring together all of our capacities, all of our capabilities in a unified manner. And so I think that's an important lesson for organizations, especially ones that want to be entrepreneurial in the future. Employees, people, students, they gravitate to big challenges. And organizations have to think about how do they use their ambition that I've talked about, use their focus areas that I've talked about to actually create these platforms that are around grand challenges. And the last point that I will make, as you've all probably been aware, we have been on this tremendous journey with artificial intelligence. And every expectation is that trajectory is only going to increase. There's a lot that we have already automated, most of it highly structured work. We are getting higher up the value chain, from automating structured work to information work to even knowledge work now. And by all predictions, we're going to keep automating work. So we really have to think, what does society look like in an age where machines are going to do most of the work? And if you focus on that problem or focus on that trend, it's not a problem, it's more of a trend, it increases the pressure on organizations to go back to designing things that are fundamentally human, not just try to focus on efficiencies that were from the industrial age. Because if you go to many organizations today, their design would not be that different from the organizations when we began on the Industrial Revolution. They had departments, we have departments. They had 9 to 5, we have 9 to 5, plus maybe you have the ability to work from home. Or they had the old timesheets that you put in. You may not do that, but the organization still calculates the number of hours. So the design of our organizations, it's kind of like the example I gave is, if we did something physically, now we do it digitally. But we haven't changed what we do. We have just made it more better, faster, efficient. Given the tremendous activity happening around artificial intelligence, it is imperative for organizations that want to be relevant in the future to go back to focusing on what is innately human. And towards that, my proposition is that what's innately human is the creative spirit, is the energy that humans bring to a problem that will far outpass any machine. But we have to find ways to connect and look at opportunities in a highly human and networked manner to make a difference and make our world a better place. So with that, I wish you the best for this conference, and thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Just one more question. What would be your advice for corporations and startups?
Please, excellent question. So for the startups, my advice is balance the amount of energy and passion you have for your given idea, for your given initiative, for your given product, with a decent amount of being the word is being like a skeptic, being a critique, and being open to other people who question you. Because what happens with most startups is they have lots of energy, lots of creativity, lots of passion, but they don't have that structure. And what happens is to really go from inventing, which is the job of a startup, to translating that invention into an innovation, which is what is important for the marketplace. The skills, the training, the energy that you need for inventing is very different than when you need to take something to the market. That's why a lot of startups build a lot of inventions, only few of them take it to market. So that would be my advice. For the corporations, or what we consider the large incumbents, is to actually draw on the startup mentality. In startups, there's an unbelievable amount of energy, excitement. You feel differently when you walk into them. I've walked into many startups across the world, including in Slovenia, and you feel different. The people talk about it differently. People are excited about it. And then when I go to a traditional organization and I feel the energy, it's lower. It's people have given up that they are in the business of creation. So to me, what these organizations have to do is, so if you think about these two organizations, so startup to me, and I like a lot of music, so I'll use a music analogy, is like a jazz band, so every player in the jazz band is an expert, but they come together and they create something emergent, right? A large organization is like an orchestra. So you have the leader, they have a script, everybody has their little areas, the violinists are here, the bass, the cello is here, you've seen that. And there's one person that's kind of conducting the show. What we really need is to be able to do jazz at orchestra scale to keep the creative spirits of these organizations going. So that's how I frame it to the organizations that I work with, is how do I help you do jazz at scale? In jazz, we don't question who's the expert. We allow them to improvise. We allow them to experiment. And for some reason, once we go from jazz at this level and we move it to this level, we forget that the same people play those instruments are creative. Why do they always have to listen to a conductor? There are certain times we need a conductor, but not all the time. And so that would be my goals. Hope that you have an excellent conference, and I look forward to seeing all of you next year.
Hey there, it's me again. I just met amazing people from corporate and startup world and asked them how do they see the future and what drives them ahead. Let's see what they said.
Hi, my name is Mark Killen and I'm the Director for Business Development at Collector Digital. Now let me first say a couple of words about Collector. Collector is a huge company with more than 5,000 employees, 800 million euro revenues, 25 manufacturing companies, 11 competence centers, and a huge appetite for innovation. Now, we're in the middle of a digital revolution where we have on one hand the growth of globalization, new business model, and increasing number of global teams, and on the other hand, the growing demand for knowledge, information, and new exciting technologies. Now, let's take a second and just imagine. Imagine what happens in 1 internet minute. Close to 200 million emails are sent every minute. More than 400,000 apps are downloaded every minute. And a couple of million of ideas are written down every minute. We live in a world where everything is possible and where ideas can easily transform into reality. We at Collector Digital have also transformed ideas into reality. We have stepped strongly into robotics, artificial intelligence, advanced visual and simulation technologies, and much more. And our ideas are now alive. We have developed the intelligent robotic worker with a new business model, ROS, Robot as a Service. We have developed Leap, a high-performance platform that uses AI to monitor, optimize, direct and plan production and business processes. And we are also extremely proud of our plug-and-play platform for visual work instructions, Revo, enabling 12 times faster transfer knowledge than traditional documentation methods. We at Collector Digital are working on technologies of the future, and we know exactly how to transform dreams into reality. We strongly believe that human and machine will work together, and the main question we should ask ourselves is, how can human and machines form the best teams?
Autotech. We are a young, ambitious, creative and development-oriented company. Our company members are experienced experts in the field of the production of household appliances and the automotive industry. Together with the customer, we begin the first phase of the project in which we consider customer wishes and present them with the best solution. When all customer needs are satisfied, our development team begins the process of designing the product according to strict quality standards, providing a solid foundation for the project. Using industry's top computer-aided engineering systems, our experienced specialists finalize the documentation for quick and reliable manufacturing. With our in-house manufacturing, assembling and quality control, we can offer our customers quick and cost-effective solutions. Finalized projects in many different fields show our passion for what we do best. From basic pick-and-place applications to whole automated production lines, with integrated manufacturing execution systems in fields ranging from household appliances, wood processing, automotive, steelmaking and other industries. We are motivated by passion, so we want to impress you with our uniqueness. There is no significant size or complexity of the project, since every project is devoted to full attention and professionalism. We have a constant desire for new knowledge, and our ambitions are to connect technology, flexibility and standardization. We want our products to keep pace with the time, so we are eagerly following the 4.0 industrial revolution and the development of smart factories. We want to take the time and listen to your desires.
We started like a small startup team, but today we are grown onto the field that we are a strategic partner for big industrial companies, providing them with solutions on the field of automatization and robotics.
We see opportunity in international cooperation with industrial partners, and we are open for the new challenges.
The world of work is shifting. New forms of employment are replacing old. Digitization is forcing rapid evolution. Organizations must transform their workforces to succeed. Individuals must acquire new skills or fall behind. It's time for us to step forward and lead the way. To reinvent career and talent management. To build lifelong employability. With 3 strong business units delivering solutions for the future of work. Powered by cutting-edge digital and data-driven insight. Harnessing our global scale and local know-how. With the customer at the center and our people at the heart. To change millions of lives for the better. To help people exceed their potential. To deliver on our purpose. Making the future work for everyone. Welcome to the evolution. Welcome to the future at work.
But who is creating the future? Genius minds, movie industry, companies, startups? The answer is simple. People. People with this drive that makes impossible things possible. People living in the present. Every one of us have this spark glowing deep inside. The question is what it takes for spark to light the fire? And how to handle with it so it doesn't burn your company down. Introducing Dr. Peter Bilo, experienced growth architect. He transforms how companies engage employees and implement new business models to transform their organizational culture.
I loved Kevin's points on human potential. And indeed, it is amazing what people can create. The capacity we all have is just infinite. And the only thing is, right, remaining, how can we truly make those energies and that potential happen? In this session, I'll drive home 3 steps that you can do immediately to enable your further growth. What I'll discuss is based on science and decades of research and 2,800 teams we successfully built in 25 countries. And for example, we helped a company to go from 16 to 48% yearly growth, a company to go from 30 to 70 on net promoter score, a company that reduced customer complaints by 80%. There is clear business impact of people first leadership. And whether you're a startup of 3 people or perhaps a leader in a growing 50 people company or a CEO of established large company, I'm sure you're facing your new challenge. I've never met a leader in an ambitious company that would not be facing a people-related challenge at any point in time. So I ask you now to think of the biggest challenge you're facing right now. So what's that dysfunction you feel you should address? Is it that you feel there's too much conflict? Is it that you feel people are not giving it all? Is there too much internal competition? Is work delivered slowly? Do projects overlap? Would you like to deliver to market quicker? About 10 years ago, I was executive director in a quick-growing high-tech manufacturing company, and we grew from 50 to 400 people in 4 years. An amazing product, amazing global technology, amazing inventions. One of the best companies in Slovenia and globally in their niche, so-called hidden champion. But you know what? Even with best tech, top-notch people, we were quite dysfunctional. Worked in silos, there was no alignment, no connection, just tasks. We could not get the traction we should have. And the so-called competitors, companies of 20 times smaller and running operations from their backyard sheds, they were taking our share in very lucrative customer segments. And work was delivered slowly. About 80% of deliveries from our warehouse in a certain point were wrong the first time. And burnout and people turnover was just massive. When I implemented the CRM, 2 people handed in their resignations. We had a project sold for 16,000 euro and we managed to create a 6,000 euro loss just on that one. So activities and progress get stuck in misaligned teams where people work around each other, fearing to be open and not really trusting each other. And yes, that does not just happen in social posts. Reality is here, and it's the same for any size company, any geography. Just open McKinsey, HBR, take a look at fascinating research by Gallup based on over 100 million data points. They're all saying the same thing. 4 out of 5 people suffer from stress which is related to their work, or 70% of people for them, the most stressful moment in a week is a conversation with their boss. Only 1 in 6 were able to be fully productive last week. Only 1 in 4 felt that their work was recognized. Only 2 in 6 see their work has meaning. Now just think about those numbers. They're dreading, and pandemic acted as catalyst for those feelings, and as people reevaluated what matters to them and how they feel, the relations they have with their team. And it's like having a sports team where almost all of your players don't know what league they play in and they're not inspired by that. Where the attacker has the talent to be the goalkeeper and you keep criticizing him for not scoring goals instead of moving him to the position where he can be his best. And it's like having a team where players don't align and everyone just keeps playing their own game, not letting the ball flow around freely. And this one is just amazing. Only 2 out of 10 are not totally stressed when they go for training or the match. The others would be. Now let that situation just sink in for a moment. And please bear in mind that this chaos is the actual situation in your workplaces. It's not imaginary number, it's not an exaggeration, it's not a grotesque exaggeration, it's a grotesque reality. Now, which one of you still thinks that can be successful without doing anything about people, without actually making people a number one business priority? Because when you put people first, your results will change, period. Today, tomorrow, in 5 years' time, in any situation, regardless of your position, regardless of what kind of company you're in, regardless of what kind of team you lead, it cannot be any other way. Think about that soccer team. You move attacker to be goalkeeper, he always had a talent to be way better. You start helping team to see picture of how they contribute. Way better, right? And you start helping them understand each other, what they need more from each other, how they work together. You're, again, way better. And there can't be any other result but better when your first priority is the team and the people you lead. And you might be thinking now, okay, I already get this, right? You might be reading Simon Sinek, HBR, and you can actually just do a Google search or open LinkedIn. There's tons of advice there. Look at the business media. Go for a ceremony for business awards, or listen to Oprah, for Christ's sake. There's so much advice out there, it just hurts. You might even be sharing it actively over social media. So why is this guy telling me this again, you might be thinking. I think the most important question here is, are you really doing it? We see that not much has changed in the last 20 years. And the feelings people have, the disengagement, the meaningless, the stress has always been there. Pandemic surfaced it a bit more and woke people that they don't want to keep suffering. But more importantly, when I asked you about in the beginning, was that challenge, right? You still have it, it's still there. So first reason for my speech here is clearly there is something you can improve, and I want to be useful there. And the second reason, unlike most of the advice you might be reading, is often based on just psychological theories or perhaps first-hand experience of one person with one team. That's how books are usually written. What I would like to share is one crucial conversation which we, when working with 2,800 teams, identified as missing in every single one of them. Of course, getting the whole team to develop and change requires a bit more than that, what I can share today in 15 minutes. It's like you're trying to get the whole team to run the marathon in this 15 minutes, right? There's no magic wand like that. But what I can share in the next 15 minutes is basically something that we saw was simple enough, yet extremely effective, that you can do immediately, then see progress inside your team. So, are you ready, right? All right, so what needs to happen is you changing the narrative from thinking fixing what's wrong with people will get it to success. What will make it happen is to leverage their strengths. This is what's going to make you a success. And remember the attacker and the goalkeeper story before. That's it. Only 1 in 6 people use their strengths daily. That's like saying most of your team is not being their best version of themselves at work every day. They suffer. And I want you to close your eyes. Think about just when you were little, when you were playing with your favorite toys. For example, you were building castles. Were you forced to do that? Did you enjoy it? Right? Did you build a castle and just got immersed in that castle for hours and played with it and time just flew? Remember, how did that feel? And this is how work should feel too, and it does feel, but only for about 1 out of 6 in your team. And that's scary. It's like you have 6 fish in your team and only 1 is actually let to swim. The other 5 are being forced to climb the tree every day. So how exactly do you stop forcing that fish to climb the tree? Just have a one-on-one conversation with everyone on your team and ask them what they've been busy with. And then comes the most important question. What part of what you've been busy with have you enjoyed the most? Where in your job do you shine the most? What part of your job energizes you the most? And then just let the person be. See the shine in their eyes. And when they're telling this story to you, right? Now here comes the really important question. So what do you need from me that you can be in your flow even more often? How can I make it happen for you more often? And then together explore, align, agree on one thing you will do or provide so this fish will be able to swim more often. And really important now, what you've agreed to do, keep that promise and deliver. It builds trust, interdependence, immediate results. And to finish this cycle off, make sure that when you spot the fish swimming, using their natural talents and being in the flow, recognize them for doing so as well. Now, is this approach worth it? Yes, indeed. Person will become more accountable. They produce more quality work. They'll love their job. They'll be quicker. They'll own their job. They'll become more resilient. They'll become more agile. They'll start feeling their job is meaningful. If you just get 2 out of 6 to use their talents every day instead of just 1, research shows that whole team productivity increases by 8%. Client satisfaction by 6%. And imagine you still have 4 people to work on. And moreover, best part of this formula is that it works forever. Humans play an infinite game, meaning whatever level they're at or we're at, we can always fine-tune and improve slightly, always. And then comes the second thing, right? That conversation, make it a habit. Leadership is not a once-a-year performance review conversation. Same like brushing your teeth. How many times per year do you brush your teeth? How many times per day, right? So, right, every day, consistently. It's no use brushing your teeth once a month for 2 hours, right? For an hour, or maybe 4 times a year for 4 hours. You do it every day, like for 2 minutes. And in leadership, that consistency and repetition trumps quality every single time. So having that conversation with everyone in your team once a week is crucial. Not once every second week or once a month, once a week. Like with any cool thing, we're hyped in the beginning and sure you can do it right away, but it will quickly fade off. First week of January, gyms are always full of new clients who promise to make this new year about their health and fitness. Come February, only a few remain. And don't let that happen to you. So if you truly want to make something about the challenge, which has itched you, and it is important and driven you to this speech, find a way that will work for you and help you sustain that one conversation per week. It can be blocking off 15 minutes of your calendar once a day, right? For everyone in your team, for every single person, right? Or set a reminder, or ask someone, a friend that will help you track it, make a public announcement, I don't know, publish your steps on LinkedIn, whatever works for you. You'll be amazed by the results. The final element of that next level leadership, I would say, is courage. You just have to build courage to start. The biggest enemy of progress always is status quo. Our brains love stability and repetition. It's how they conserve their energy. And they make all sorts of excuses why they will not change. They will trick you into thinking you do not need to have that conversation. They'll trick you into thinking this is an odd conversation. I don't need it, right? They're already doing their best, right, my people? So brains will do anything to frighten you and stop you from doing things differently. And you, on the other hand, are a leader. And in this case, you'll also be the hero in the making if you want different results at the end, right? And right now, you might feel you're on the verge of an abyss, just like when Neo got to decide whether to swallow red or blue pill, or just like when Harry Potter got issued Hogwarts Express ticket for the first time. And remember this, focusing first on people and then on results, truly wanting for them to use their strengths is different. And you need to be courageous in that respect. They go against those conversations, what you've probably been doing. The conversations you will have might shake what and how you do it. It might even lead to redefining roles of some of your team members. At the end, however, it's much more than worth it. Providing the fish everything so they can be the fastest swimmers continuously is the best and the only right thing for a leader to do. And trust me, it will bring massive improvement in everyone's hearts. And what's most important, it will tackle the challenge you have in your mind today or tomorrow. And it will bring you to that next level of results. It's just simple. It will always just be about the people.
Sometimes it seems that we just can't find the right people who are aligned with the vision of our company. We can even see the smallest spark. And in the other hand, we see teams which are on fire. When it's the time to think about the question, fire or hire? When it is better to outsource the work, or how and where to find employees working with the passion and affiliation with the company. We invited an HR expert, Nastasia Alt from Adecco, to help us answer the question, fire or hire?
Oh, not so fast. It was actually my idea to invite Nastasia here to chat with me by the fireplace. So please, join me and enjoy a cup of hot chocolate.
Thank you for having me.
So, tell me, you're an HR expert. Some employers are saying that we are now in the period of great resignation. How is actually the conditions on the labor market?
Well, if I may only use one word, I would say crazy. Currently, it is crazy. I would say it's nice to hear this, right? So the economic is booming and we have a lot of opportunities. But at the same time, from an HR perspective, it is getting harder and harder and harder each day to find the perfect candidate to join the company, of course.
Okay. So tell me, the pandemic, is still the effects of it still feeling up to this day, or is it now the new normal state in the HR?
Yeah, I would call new normal just normal. And actually the economic start to bloom even before the pandemic. And we were kind of expecting some troubles or some issue during the pandemic, but the events turned the whole different way, right? So what happened actually on the market is this, that now we are having new challenges because we need new knowledge and new experiences. And it happens that we are not able to adjust that fast to the new needs that are growing on the market, which is kind of creating the great gap between, on one side, we have the needs of the company, of the organization. You have the experience that you want from the candidate, the knowledge, the competences. But on the other hand, you have the reality. So we will have to take a long walk to develop ourselves and actually met in the middle,
Okay. So this new knowledge, which people, which experts are the hot stuff of the new reality of this new world post-pandemic?
Yes. Let's say that post-pandemic time, or even, between the pandemic, what happened was that digitalization was even pushed forward, and the changes started to happen even more rapidly than it normally would, So of course, everything that is connected just slightly with the digitalization, of course, the IT market especially, is growing, is booming. And the experts on this field are so wanted that I cannot even express how hard it is to find them. And of course, there will always be need for technical skills and technical candidates, because especially in Slovenia, we still have a lot of companies that need those kind of knowledges and experiences. But in the future, we will see what will happen.
So digital experts probably, and in the future even more of them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The HR landscape we talked before. Huge shortages in these fields.
Mm-hmm.
The landscape in general, which fields, which HR experts or people working in HR are struggling the most right now to find the most suitable candidates?
Oh, if you can find somebody that is not struggling, I would really like to meet them. You have to know one thing. Even the position of HR has significantly changed for the period of last 5 to 10 years, let's say it this way. It has become a very important part of the company. If I might say, maybe in the past it was not that important, and we only use it as a HR administrative work, but now it is becoming a very strategic position, because if you can plan the future, if you can plan what is going to happen in the next 2 years or even 5 years, then you are able to adjust the changes that is happening, and you are able to make the right moves at the right moment. And this is also one of the way how to avoid the gap that we talked earlier, that is currently happening. If you know what is going to happen in the future, if you know what kind of candidates you will be needing, what kind of skills and competences from the employees, you know how to strategically develop them, right? And this will not only make your organization happy and satisfied, but also the employee itself.
Okay.
Because if I may add, not seeing the clear career path is one of the biggest issue at the moment. It's one of the biggest reasons why people leave the company. So if you combine those things, you kind of solve the two problems, at the same time.
Okay. So in the future, HR departments should be planning further in the future to be more prepared for the upcoming needs. But
Yes.
I think that this great resignation and that every worker would like to work as remotely as possible is probably something that could not be foreseen, but is not now something that needs to be adapted within employers specifically, I think.
Of course. All the trends and all the surveys that have been done globally, are showing us that, of course, you can work from home and people would like to work from home. But we have to reconsider some positions, especially managers who are leading people, because this is totally different than it was in the past. Now, all of a sudden, you don't have the whole team gather around you the whole time, but you have one that is in the office and you have two that are working from home. So this hybrid way of work is getting hard to lead, So not only the candidates that are joining the organization, not only everyone that is looking for a job, also those who are experts at the moment, being manager, being a leader, will need new knowledge and new experiences how to actually lead remotely and how to lead a hybrid team.
This hybrid team, most of the time, someone is probably in quarantine right now, so that's the necessity to have hybrid teams and to be able to work remotely and also within the offices. Is remote work something that employers are open to, or are still pushing towards everyone needs to be in the office? We are not a remote firm. We are not into it.
The surveys that have been done, shows that more than 50% of people would like to work remote, or at least a hybrid way of work, 2 days from the office and 3 days from home. This is suitable for them because, you don't have to spend your time in the street, you don't have to dress yourself completely and things like this. So you get some extra time, right? But what they are saying is that they miss this human touch, right? So once again, it is very important that the manager knows how to create the same kind of relationship that it was before when you were sitting in the office. It is hard, but it is necessary to be successful.
Because being in person still have benefits. So I hope you are enjoying the hot chocolate.
I am, even though we're just pretending that we are here and we are actually not.
Okay. What can organizations do to attract the best talents to the market? Okay, we talked a bit about this, but what would be your solution for people that are desperately looking for experts right now?
Yeah. The smallest opportunity that they get to attract the candidates, they should take it. And why I'm actually applying to is sometimes we forget how important it is that we have a great employer branding. I'm not talking about the brand. Yeah, we are the successful company, but I'm talking about employer branding, which means that in every level, and however you are dealing with your employees, it is affected on the market, and it also affects, whether you will be able to get new talents from the market. And you have to realize that every one of your employees is your ambassador. So you should really consider how you treat them. And I don't mean just, to keep them happy that they can work from home, but to really understand them, to really hear them, to detect their needs at the right moment, and also offer them, I told you earlier, what is so necessary to see a clear path. So you can share this vision with them, and this gathers them and makes this great alliance. And that can only help company to grow and to attract the right candidates, the right talent from the market.
Yeah, because I think that reviews of employers are spreading quite quickly right now. So if you're not a popular employer, others will find out sooner than before, I think, because
you of course have to define what popular means, because we all have different needs and we have different values, right? So I would say especially values are very important, and it's going to be important in the future, because my values needs to be the same values that the company has. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to find a join path. And even we were talking about HR experts and how their future is going to look like. For sure, they will be, especially where they will be employing new people, very much concerned who is joining, and especially if their values are the same values.
Okay. So what would you say, that it's more important that you are working towards not losing your talent, or are jobs more fluctuant right now and you just need to be ready for what we need in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and be open to constantly changing your personnel?
Everything that you said.
Okay.
And I can explain, because again, all the global trends are saying that there are actually 2 competences that are the most important at the moment. One of them is adapting to change, of course, because everything is happening so quick. And the other one is ability to learn. I would say it's not just ability, it's also willingness to learn, because those things work together, right? You cannot adapt to change if you're not willing to learn and to develop yourself. So this is very, very important. And if we switch to our perspective of a candidate, I always tell them that they should look for the one point that combines their knowledge, their wish, and what the market wants. So this will be beneficial for them.
Makes sense. Many corporations are having turmoil right now in their teams because they are lacking many experts, many specific needs. Tell me, do you think it's better to fire people that are not working in the teams or are missing what they need and to outsource the specific needs, or should HR work towards getting the people they need in the longer period, despite the turmoil that's happening right now?
This is actually a very complex question, and the answer is very more complex. Why? Because we have to separate the positions that could be outsourced, and there are just some positions, or at the moment a lot of them, that cannot be. You know, we have to take this into the consideration, because if you are having, I don't know, a call center, this is something that you can outsource, right? But if you are having some difficulties, or you are running a business that needs an expert that is dedicated to you, or even if he's connected with some information that are very, not allowed for him to spread it around, then of course you would need those kind of person working for you, And there is one other thing. Even though we might think there are experts on the market, yes, they are, but this doesn't mean it's easy for us to get them, because the need is so huge. If I need an expert and you need an expert, he will have to decide who will come first, and prioritize his things. So we might have a need where we need some job to be done today, but the expert won't have time to do it until, I don't know, 2 months from now. So, of course, you need a dedicated team, a dedicated people. It is HR's role to kind of detect who those talents are and how to develop them, how to make this gap between the needs of the company and his skills smaller. But it needs to be done strategically, like we already said, and it needs to be planned to the very last dot, so they all can benefit, the employees and also the company. So if you're asking me whether it's better to fire or hire, I would say that you really need a clear strategy, and you really need to, take into the consideration a lot of stuff. It's not just costs. It's the whole variety of things that will influence whether this is a good idea or not. And if you decide to hire, then do it smart. Then do it in a smart way, with a long-term vision that people can kind of join on this trip, and then this will actually lead to a long-term relationship and also, let's say, success in the end.
Okay, but these experts that are apparently needed in the market right now, are they preferring now to be outsourced so they can choose projects and not be full-time engaged only in one company? They're not so worried about, I don't know, social security and other stuff. They are more willing to go by their own. Is that the trend that's happening right now, or?
Of course, the generations are thinking in the, let's say, different way that we do. We still have some traditional way of thinking and values, of course, and the new generations are more flexible about this. Like you said, yes, I only need a project, I only need a short-term, cooperation with somebody. This is the vision for them. And of course, the companies will need to take this into the consideration as well. But if you need an expert that needs like 2 or 3 years to develop, to actually be the added value for the company, then again, you need to reconsider what actually you need and how you can develop those kind of people. Because currently we have the biggest issue that we are saying that it's hard to get a candidate, but actually it's hard to get a candidate with a specific skill or the specific knowledge and experiences. And because all of the quick changes that are happening, of course, there is not enough time to learn. It's not enough time to develop the new skills that are currently wanted, right? That's why it is your role as a company to invest in people that you will have the right candidates. Okay. Maybe you cannot attract them because they don't exist, but you can create them.
So companies should hire more of entry-level employees and not just expecting specific experts for specific needs. They should be willing to employ more of younger, not so experienced people.
Especially if they are searching for the knowledge that is currently not on the market.
Okay. You talked already a bit about this gap between the needs on the market and the actual state. What to do to make this gap smaller?
Mm-hmm. Actually, like we said earlier, how important it is that you plan, that you have a strategy. Because there is a great saying, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? So that's why it is important to know what you will be actually needing in 2 years or 5 years. And then you can go back and kind of scan the current situation that is happening in your company, and you can identify the potential. This is very important, that you are able to see the potential in your current talent, how to develop them even more, how to develop them in the way or in this path that you will be actually needing them in the future, right? So you should consider these things today so you won't fail in the end. Because I see a lot of companies that are searching for instant solution, now we need a candidate, but actually it is 6 months or even a year too late. And they should plan those kind of things in advance, so they will clearly understand what do they need, and they will clearly understand what kind of talent they already possess and how they can develop them. And when I mean develop them, I don't just mean, general workshops for old employees, because it doesn't make any sense. And it's actually just a cost for the company. What they should do is dig deeper into each individual and see actually what his skills and his knowledge of today are, and what is the potential of developing them, of creating them, like, I don't know, for the future leaders, or whatever is the needs of the company. And digging deeper, it's not easy, but it is necessary to assess your employee or the candidate that is joining the company. And
that should be the role of HR department, right? To be able to find out which employees are capable of improve, get new responsibilities, and to plan ahead with, of course, the other managers. Okay. Many talented people are listening us today. Which are the most wanted professions right now, generally speaking? Which experts, which professions are those creme de la creme, I would say?
We kind of covered this, at the beginning of our conversation, that everything connected with the IT, of course, engineers, of course. Also, it is so hard to find accountant today, but this is today's state, this is the I would say the scan of the current market needs. What you should be considering and what you should be focused on is the future, right? So if you are a talent watching this, taking into the consideration, what is going to be needed in 2 years, not just today.
And what would that be, in your opinion?
I would say that we will not avoid this IT saga that is actually going on, and we will need them even more and more, So this is the future. We are also kind of facing, artificial intelligence and the influence that it has on us. And again, if I connect this to the HR role, which I said earlier that in the past it was more administrative work and now it's strategic. But again, in the future, there will be a lot of part of this position that could be taken over by AI, right? But there is one aspect that cannot be, and this is the human aspect and the human touch. So this is going to be very, very important, And also, if you ask the future generation, they are also saying that emotional intelligence is going to be very, very important, because there is a lot of things that computer or machine can do instead of us, but it cannot replace
Not in every segment.
The energy, yes, and the human touch, of course.
Okay. Nastasia, thank you very much. I hope you liked it. And I hope we will repeat that some days.
I did. You have to give me a call because I don't have any time. My schedule is very, very busy. So thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh. What now? Oh, I'm screwed.
As a human being, we are standing at the point where the future inspires us, and at the same time fills us with fear. Will artificial intelligence rule the world, and humans will become mere servants, and subject to the whims of a ubiquitous artificial intelligence? Let's put those nasty fairy tales aside for now, and discuss what is actually possible here and now. Let's talk about how mathematics applied to large amounts of data can automate processes, completely change how you do business, and fuel innovation of new products and services. As a business leader and decision maker, having a basic understanding of artificial intelligence should be as compulsory as having access to a computer. In Next Talk, you will get real-life examples that are relevant for your industry, concrete understanding of what artificial intelligence entails, and recommendations for what you as a leader and decision maker should focus on. Meet Ellen Hoagie. Unorthodox, pragmatic, and razor-sharp to the point. She has built bridges between business and data-driven technologies for more than 20 years, with AI as her main area of focus since 2016. She holds board positions, mentors several tech entrepreneurs, and co-founded an international advisory company to help AI and emerging tech startups and scale-ups with international growth and expansion.
Artificial intelligence is probably the most disruptive set of technologies in human history. AI has been on the lips of most business leaders over the last few years, but still, there are so many things to do, to discuss, and to learn. In this talk, I will focus on the opportunities, but I will also touch upon some of the concerns. But let me start by sharing my perspectives on what's possible and what's realistic here and now. There are many high-profile resources in the market talking about singularity, this artificial general intelligence that might potentially come and take over our jobs, threaten humanity, take control of society. That is, for now, science fiction. It might become possible one day, but for now, we do not have the technologies to do that. However, when we talk about artificial intelligence today, we typically talk about machine learning and a few other technologies. Machine learning is about mathematical recipes applied to large amounts of data. That gives us a lot of opportunities to do a whole lot of new things. And the basic idea is to use these mathematical algorithms to replicate human observation skills, human reasoning, and human decision-making. But when we do that, we also need to keep in mind that machine learning is still about only mathematical recipes. They treat data in rows and columns. An algorithm only understands what it can see, which is the data set. But the human brain, the human mind, we have with us experiences, values, cultural references, and many other things that impact how we make decisions. One example is how we use analogies. I can talk about bridging a gap, for example, between business and technology. We understand that that is an abstract concept. A machine learning algorithm will treat the word bridge as an engineering construction over water. It's also important to keep in mind that when you build a model, whether the model is of plaster, of concrete, of brick, of cards, of Lego, it is only a subset of descriptions of the world. A model will never describe the entire world. That's also important to keep in mind when we talk about digital twins. A digital twin is only a digital model of something. This is where we also need to keep in mind the concept of bias. A bias is simply only a preference. I might have a preference for red cars versus green cars, which means I am biased towards red cars. In a dataset, we really need to understand if there is a bias that we cannot accept, for example, when it comes to gender, age, ethnicity, and how much of that bias do we have in the dataset. Because when we work with algorithms, sometimes we come across trouble, and there have been many headlines about things that didn't go that well. For example, when Amazon wanted to employ an algorithm in recruitment. But it's not really about the algorithm. The problem is not the technology. The challenge is that the data we use as raw material for these algorithms and to train these algorithms, they are created by humans. We created those data. With all our brilliance as humans, but also with all the not so nice features and characteristics that we as humans display sometimes. But let me now focus on the opportunities. We have just recently had the closure of COP26 in Glasgow, talking about how to make sure that we can reach the 1.5 degrees target. At the same time, Europe also needs to increase its competitiveness in the international landscape in many industries. And we also need to come up with other ways of producing energy than the old fossil approaches. In this landscape, artificial intelligence will play an important role in creating these new solutions that we need to be able to reach a target. It is also a part of the problem. I'll come back to that in a little bit. But for you, dear audience, I want to point out some of the opportunities that we have in this landscape. But let me start with a couple of more down-to-earth, pragmatic perspectives. Many companies struggle with where do we start? How to apply these algorithms in our business? Well, Be pragmatic. Have a look at your business. Where can you let the algorithms take over time-consuming, tedious tasks, tasks that are often full of errors? Can we let the machines do things that the humans don't really feel like doing? There are many of those routine tasks that humans would not really want to do. They would prefer to spend their time on more value-creating processes. And customer service and customer experience is one such example. I sometimes get a question of how can we apply algorithms to create the perfect customer experience? Well, maybe we should leave the optimal customer experience to humans, but there's a lot to be gained from taking away the friction in customer experience and customer service, such as reducing waiting time, making customer service more fluid, proactive, efficient. Let me give you some examples of companies that are, in fact, applying artificial intelligence in different industries. Surplus Map, it's a Norwegian startup. They aim to apply algorithms to find the optimal location for energy-demanding industries. Because the challenge is that there is not necessarily a balance between the electricity produced in different regions, the grid, how much the grid can take, and how much other industries need somewhere else, meaning how much can you sell and buy, and how much energy and electricity does a new industry need. For example, where do you put a battery factory? What Surplus Map aims to do is to identify where the optimal places are based on what they know about electricity production, the infrastructure, meaning the electricity grid, and other infrastructure components, and climate perspectives as one example. Another example I want to give you is within shipping and maritime industry. Now, any vessel, before it can go out on sea, needs to have insurance, which means that it needs also to have what they call class certification. There are a few large class certification companies in the world, and DNV Maritime is one of them. Now, the surveys needed to get the certification, they are quite demanding. There are a lot of details, they're time-consuming, they're complex. They require highly skilled engineers to come on board on the vessel somewhere in the world. And the vessel needs to be in a port. And being in a port means costs for being in the port, but it also means loss of revenue because it's not sailing. The time needed for the engineer to actually do the certification depends on how complex the certification process is, what kind of vessel it is, what kind of problems have they encountered previously. All these components together make it really complicated to define where and when and how should these certification processes be done. So what DNV Maritime has done is to create a tool which consists of several types of algorithms that finds the optimal combination of factors. So the optimal combination of timing, port, which engineer, how much time needed. What they also do here is to use prediction algorithms to estimate the time needed on board to make the booking of the survey as efficient as possible. This solution alone has saved DNV Maritime and their customers a lot of money. You might also know that about 40% of the energy consumed in the world is related to the lighting, heating, and cooling of buildings. About 40% of the CO2 footprint is also related to buildings. That's why BrainBox has created a set of algorithms and a solution that helps you make your ventilation system, meaning the HVAC system, intelligent through a combination of using sensors, building information, access to the building information management system, access to the HVAC system, various types of sensors, and adding then the intelligence to this to optimize the ventilation system. Now, I've talked about some use cases. I want to mention also a bit on the regulation that is coming and that you actually should start thinking about. It is still only on proposal stage. So the European Commission put forward their proposal in April this year. We can assume that this proposal will be accepted sometime mid-2022 and come into full force in 2024. What is very important to understand is that this regulation does not only talk about AI and machine learning algorithm, but any type of data-driven algorithm applied to automate decision-making, which includes also more traditional statistical models and also expert systems. The proposed regulation takes a risk-based approach, and it has 4 risk layers. Now, the top layer is what we call prohibited. Within this category, you will find applications such as real-time biometric surveillance by public entities and also social scoring, again, by public entities. These applications will be prohibited, and the fine will be 50% higher than the current GDPR fines, which means 6% or 30 million euros. Now, the next level is what we call high risk. In this category, you will find applications such as recruitment, employee assessment, access to education, access to public services, healthcare, law enforcement, and credit risk scoring. In addition, in this category, you will also find applications related to security measures where a breach might cause loss of lives. Around this category, there will be a requirement for compliance measures, transparency, and documentation, and there will also be European requirements for certification processes. This is where you, as decision makers and leaders, really need to make sure that you know how your business applies data and algorithms to your business model. The next level is what we call medium risk. In this category, you will find sales, marketing, for example, chatbots, video and image manipulation. And one of the requirements here is that you need to actually tell your customers whether they are talking to a human or a bot. At the lowest level is what we call low risk. Basically, we are talking about industrial purposes, such as spam filters, or it could be predictive maintenance, supply chain optimizations, processes where humans are not really involved and that do not take into account information about us as humans. What is really important here is that you as leaders cannot just give away the responsibility for this to somebody else in your organization. You need to take responsibility here. So, how can you as a leader make sure that you really do understand the data you have and how those algorithms will affect the data? I want to give you one example. Orange data mining is a solution, a set of tools developed at the University of Ljubljana, at the department led by Blas Zupan and his colleagues. They are, in fact, world-class researchers within visualization techniques in machine learning. Orange Data Mining is a free open source tool. You can all go and just try it out. They also have a spin-out that customizes visualization tools for commercial purposes. So why do I want to point out this specific case? For two reasons. First of all, I want to point out that in Slovenia, you actually do have world-class researchers in this field. The other reason is I would like to inspire startups to look into how can you create new tools that can support the leaders in the future in their need to understand this data they have, because that will be a very important part of the future compliance to the European legislation. And then another thing that you can start doing when you think about how can we apply artificial intelligence, well, start with the most obvious things. Start with the simple things. Now, when I talked about DNV Maritime and their solution to optimize survey matching and booking, they didn't actually start there. What they started with was classification of emails and optimization of email routing. They started there not because that's where they would save the big money, but because that's where they would make their employees become ambassadors. And that's very important, because a lot of people are really, really afraid that these algorithms will take over their jobs and make them redundant and make their lives difficult and their jobs boring. Well, start rather with making them your ambassadors. Make your employees see the benefits in how they can apply these algorithms to simplify their work, and also how it would benefit the customers. And then a third thing you can look at is collaboration. When I started working in the insurance industry a couple of decades ago, the saying was that unless data was structured, we couldn't use them for anything. And the other thing was that they wanted to do all the development internally, because that was the way to build their IP, to control the development, and be competitive. Well, that's not the reality anymore, because now the technological development moves so fast that if you're going to do everything internally, you just won't be able to do it fast enough. You won't be able to find enough resources with the right skills. Moving forward, collaboration between corporates and startups is the way to make sure that the corporate innovation moves fast enough. And there's a fourth topic I would like to bring your attention to. Whenever you have a great idea for an innovation, for a startup, it is very likely that somebody else somewhere around the world have had at some point the same idea, and they might even have acted upon it. But how can you know? Well, very often we don't know, and then we just start doing it ourselves. But that's not necessarily the most efficient path forward. Tools like Valuer, and there are some others similar to them, aggregate information about what's moving in the tech startup and scale-up landscape. And through these tools, you can get an insight into what is actually moving out there in the landscape. You can identify potential partners for collaboration, or maybe even for inspiration, or for investments. And for you as a startup, whenever you have a great idea, maybe you would like to have a little look about what's moving in this landscape, because, as I said, it is very likely that you're not the only one with that one great idea. So, I guess that there are a few amongst you, dear audience, who would like to have a silver bullet in this AI landscape. Well, I'm sorry, but there is no such thing as a silver bullet, only in fairy tales and horror stories. But I will give you 3 C's: competence, compliance, and collaboration. Competence. Any leader out there, you, dear audience, need to understand what artificial intelligence is really about and what it isn't, and what it entails. And having that basic knowledge should be as fundamental as having a computer. The other part, compliance. There's a coming regulation, but even before that, compliance is really about responsibility, not about control. Your responsibility. And then the 3rd C, collaboration. It is much more efficient to collaborate with other players in the market. You will get faster to the market, you will solve your problems more efficiently, you will also have access to way more innovative thinking and skilled resources. The future is not about internal kingdoms, but about ecosystems. Thank you for listening. And feel free to reach out. I would love to hear your thoughts and reflections. Thank you.
Work smarter, not harder is the mantra of the time we are living in. Until recently, city leaders thought of smart technologies primarily as tools for becoming more efficient behind the scenes. Now technology is being injected more directly into the lives of residents. Smartphones have become the keys to the city, putting instant information about transit, traffic, health services, safety alerts, and community news into millions of hands. The Competence Center for Smart Cities in Rijeka is an example of successful multidisciplinary cooperation of large industrial companies such as Ericsson, which bring advanced platforms to the project, with SMEs, public administration, and universities with specific domain knowledge. Meet Damir Medved, board member of the Center of Competence for Smart Cities Rijeka.
Hello, my name is Damir Medved. I'm working for the Ericsson Nikola Tesla, but also at the same time working as a technical coordinator in the Center of Competence for the Smart Cities in the city of Rijeka. And I'm very glad to participate on this FutureX conference. Idea for the presentation today is to show you what are the smart cities, what is the scope of our project in Rijeka, and I think probably most important, how we are managing to work together in such a complex project. So I would say that the beginning of the project was almost 10 years ago, when we envisioned that cooperation between large and small companies is necessary. And this is a kind of beneficial both for the larger enterprises, but also for the local communities and the public authorities. That was part of so-called smart specialization of Republic of Croatia. And after quite a long process, we were awarded almost 20 million euros for a number of development projects. The lead of the project is City of Rijeka company called Smart Re. So this is basically a small company. It's a innovation cluster coordinator, and within the context of this project, we have almost 20 partners that are working all together. The main results of the project will be that we actually already opened almost 52 new jobs, but what is more important is that we have or planning to have 36 different products basically ready for the market. I would say the general idea or why we should start something like that was that there is a necessity in today's world to have better cities, to have a better management of cities. As you know, the city is a quite complex ecosystem, and there are a number of the views today. One can be kind from the telecommunication or IT point of view, another is a point of the governance or the government approach. Now, as we are coming from technological companies, the idea was to see how we can eventually improve the functionalities of the smart city with the, let's say, new technologies and how the entire ecosystem can be more efficient. Basically, the new technologies, as we will talk, as I will talk today, the technologies is quite important. It can bring you a lot of the benefits. But what is even more important is that adoption of these technologies will be, I would say, successful if the citizens that are working with the city authorities should be very well aware what are these functionalities. So we have something called the urban laboratory where a lot of these new products or ideas or services we have are presented to the general public, and basically in coordination with them or with their advices we are moving forward. In general, we can say that new technologies can reduce basically or improve the quality of life, reduce some of the hurdles of the city, and I think this is one of the main aspects of what we have or trying to improve within our project. The smart cities, they have a number of the challenges. Usually they can be grouped in many different ways. This is just one of the typical visions we have or that are usual. So basically you can think about the strategic priorities which are dealing with from the economical point of view, planning point of view, public safety, resilient energy infrastructure and transportation. So obviously although our innovation cluster has 20 partners and has a lot of also external companies or we are working with, we cannot define or we cannot resolve all the problem. And therefore, the Center of Competence was concentrated on several key ideas that I will discuss in a few moments. Now, the key point I would say is that the smart city today is has a layered structure, and this layered structure are coming from base, and this base is this traditional infrastructure that we usually are using. But there are today more and more there are additional layers which are first of all infrastructure, sensors, technology infrastructure, connectivity. That is usually today based on IoT technologies and in recent days also on 5G that are enabling us to connect all these different devices and push the results of the data collection from those devices into the general cloud-based city governance system. Now, based on this data that is collected and analyzed, the number of applications are provided, and then we are offering those applications to the customers, to end users, to businesses or to ordinary citizens that are then enabled that use this application to improve some of their daily work or just have a better approach to life. So in the context of this, the smart cities, as already said, there are a number of these different domains you can deal with, but we choose, or most of our products we are developing or the ideas we are developing are really concentrated towards the citizens. So how to provide number of informations in some kind of consistent and reliable way to our citizens, but not just the citizens or inhabitants of the city, but also the visitors or the tourists that are coming or businesses that are coming there. The project is, let's say, integrated. As you can see, there are 6 key groups. Basically, there are 20 different partners, and we decided that each of these 6 project groups are led by a kind of experienced partner, the larger partner, such as Ericsson, Nikola Tesla, Croatian Telecom, or Combis, which have some kind of internal capabilities to deal with the project management and to steer the project to stay within the context of the budget and the time of delivery. In general, these 6 groups are dealing with the key aspects of the city functionality, as mentioned earlier. And I would say that one of the most important aspects is that we have very tight cooperation between the local community, with the citizens, the local companies that are working, communal companies, like waste management company, water company, and the energy company. So they have kind of practical problems or practical experiences from the field, but also universities are very important, because University of Rijeka with several faculties, they are dealing on the algorithms or on the analysis that is then later incorporated in the practical productional systems. Now, what is this also important in the context of developments we have is that almost everything is based on this new connectivity that is provided by newest infrastructure. Croatia already have 5G and IoT, narrowband IoT infrastructure operational. And therefore, we are taking some advantage on that. And based on the availability of particular end user devices. So in general, 5G as technology is available, but the 5G equipment or devices are not so abundant at this moment. And therefore, within the context of the project, we are using the devices that are appropriate. But basically, it is right to say that without these new technologies, it will be almost impossible to collect all the data. Also, this is kind of connectivity layer, but developments in this artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies are enabling us to resolve some of the quite complex problems we have. Now, what is also interesting is that for the purpose of informing the citizens, usually people don't have a quite clear picture about the technologies, the networks and devices, because sometimes it's hidden or there are some technology, usually they can see some antennas or stuff like that. And therefore, the idea was to create kind of the model of the smart city that is built using Lego bricks. But what is interesting is the all key aspects of the new technologies can be actually presented in such an environment. So all these devices or sensors or whatever are small and I would say kind of for home or school development. But important is that they are really connected to the real system. So that means that such a small model can be really representative of the issues we are trying to resolve in a large city. Now, going into a little bit more details about the projects we are working on, I will start with this energy environment sub-project. It is quite important because it's today the energy efficiency, the green energy, it's one of the most important elements of our, I would say, development that will come in the next few years. So usually our big projects like this one are separated in multiple smaller components that can be projects or products itself, or they can be kind of a solution, or it can be kind just of a testing platform where we try to resolve some of the issues. In general, energy efficiency, as said, is dealing with this, one of the probably most interesting projects is this smart lighting, where we are developing different products which are enabling us to have kind of active control of the lighting within the city. And this lighting can be changed depending on some events which are within the city area. For example, if there are some major problems of emergencies, of accidents in that part of the city lighting can be increased. Otherwise, the city, the light in particular area is basically reduced to reduce the light pollution and have a kind of better environment for the people that are living around. But if there is some kind of accident or maybe crime or something like that, we are investigating this ability to increase automatically the lighting based on some recognized events. The other thing which is quite interesting is this analysis of the behavior of the households, of the particular customers or the, let's say, the public buildings. This is kind of typical machine learning, artificial intelligence project when you have collecting large amount of the data. The data is usually coming from the sensors. Sensors are devices like a washing machine or lightning. So any kind of device that is consuming energy. We are identifying the patterns of consumption of these devices, and therefore we are able to create what we call the household consumption profile. This is very important because if you have the large number of these household profiles, you have much better understanding of the energy flows within the city context, and then you can introduce the number of different types of automations. For example, if you like to be, if you have some emergency, or if you want to have that your city or municipality or village is resilient or self-sufficient, then with these automatic systems you can enable or disable certain devices, and therefore, for example, increase the duration of the battery capacity. So one of these analyses are actually collecting the data. The number of the sensors are collecting the data from different devices. It is collected, it's aggregated, and then on the end we have the final aggregated values, which are combined at the level of the building, or they are combined at the level of entire city area. The next interesting project is dealing with the underground infrastructure. So if you look in today's cities in many cases don't have correct information about the underground infrastructure. Basically, documentation is not always in a good quality, and therefore here we are investigating a new technology which is based on which is using ground penetrating radar. So ground penetrating radar is a device that is capturing information from the underground with the radar wavelengths, and then it's measuring the reflections. And based on that, you can build the real-time 3D model of underground infrastructure. So in this picture you see it's like it's a quite small device which can be used by a person, or it can be mounted on a device on the car. And it's measuring what is the underground. As you can see in the middle of the picture, these reflections are very similar to the ultrasound. Actually, it's kind of ultrasound or reflections, and it's quite difficult to understand what is behind. But from the picture in the middle, with this reflection of curves, the algorithm is analyzing, and depending of some knowledge and machine learning, it is able to produce the results which are shown then on the right side. So you can get the quite precise information about the underground infrastructure, and then this is combined with the virtual reality systems, which are basically enabling you while you're on the field walking around, that you have the knowledge about the underground infrastructure. The next group of the projects we are dealing is a question of they are dealing with these traffic issues within the city. I think it's quite important. What is interesting is that we are trying to develop the algorithms and technologies which will be somehow consumed not just by for example, the traffic authorities, but also can be used as a statistical model, or in some cases as a real-time model, to basically everybody that needs some traffic-related information. We'll have some example a little bit later. So, for example, the information about the specific congestions or the problems in traffic are immediately propagated to parts of the project, or basically to external companies that are, for example, For example, optimizing traffic routes or making kind of itineraries for tourists and so forth. So this analytical system, some of them are real-time and some of them are post-processing analytical, are also enabling you to have a quite nice simulation about what's going on in a city, to maybe have a better planning of the entire environment, of entire ecosystem, to have a better understanding of how the traffic is moving, how the people are actually moving from one part of the city to the other part of the city, how much time they are spending in a particular area. And all these different components are enabling us to have a really better planning procedure. So one of the typical example is that in these analytical procedures, a lot of the mobile data is used, data that is coming from the mobile networks. And these data can also give us insight from where are the particular travelers coming from. So this is also used to some analytical purposes, for example, in a tourist context. So in this example, you can see one of the border crosses between Croatia and Slovenia. It's called Plania, and there you can see that at some particular point of time, what was the nationality of the passengers that were traveling. Now that can be used in multiple purposes. For example, if you'd like to deliver some tourist-related information, this is maybe a good indicator what kind of prospects you must have or what kind of materials you have to prepare in each languages. And it's giving you, so you can target some specific tourists from specific country more accurately. So, for example, in this particular case, it's seen that the tourists from Netherlands are 5th, and maybe you'd like to prepare some information in Netherlands in Dutch language. So this is kind of a typical case. The other projects we have are also quite interesting. So this is the area where we are dealing with improvement of the safety in the traffic area, but also dealing with the energy consumption and how to improve the system of delivering, let's say, energy to the people that have electric cars. But also, always, as usual, we are not looking at one point here, so just deliver or enable connectivity to charging point, but we also try to resolve some more complex scenario. For example, reserving parking, reserve the parking, reserve the car that is electric, and then have it immediately build the itinerary in which you have the charging points and stuff like that. So it's kind of a little bit more complex solution. The other things we are doing here are also interesting. This is advanced intersections systems based off again machine learning that is learning from the traffic on particular intersection, and then according to the type of the traffic is making different decisions and optimizing, let's say, the traffic flows in this area. B-Sign is an interesting project which is it's collecting environmental data. So this is kind of a traffic sign in which you have also embedded some environmental sensors, and therefore has multiple purposes. Also, it's a dynamic sign, so sign can change for example, the direction of a street or maybe speed or something like that. But in the background, there are also a number of different instruments. So as said earlier, the DC charging system, what we are trying to do is, within the context of SECOM, is this established cooperation. The project lead for this project is Croatian Telecom, and the idea is to really connect number of the participants in this project, both from as providers of particular services or as consumers. Almost all the projects in Center of the Competence of Rijeka, they must have this connectivity. They must be able to provide to capture information, but also to provide to the others. So this interoperability and the standards are very, very important. The next group or last group of the projects we are dealing are mostly oriented towards the citizens. So there are a number of the applications that are now dealing. So based on collected data from the infrastructure, from the traffic, from the weather, there are a number of the applications which are giving info or assisting you to reach your destination in the shortest possible way, in a secure mode, and basically to have kind of live view or all the events within the city context in the real time. So basically, the key element of that is how to use the big data analytics. So if you look at the tourism example, it is important to understand that today tourists are consuming, actually probably the most data consuming travelers are people that are coming in some destination and, for example, are interested in some, let's say, cultural heritage. So this kind of people usually are seeking for this information, and the idea here is help them to provide whatever is needed for their particular profile. If you are coming, for example, in Rijeka and you declare yourself as a cultural tourist, you will get all the relevant information there. This is quite interesting and important. This is one of the projects we are developing. It is actually work of one of the smaller partners called Creative Lab in Rijeka, and they are dealing this kind of personal assistant, personal mobility assistant that is based on your profiles, on your interests. It's building itinerary, what you have to do or what you can do in the city of Rijeka. For example, if you, as I said, interested in cultural events or visiting museums, so it can automatically you tell the system how many days you have, and the system will try to produce the best itinerary, reserve the tickets, so whatever is needed to that your experience is really in the city of Rijeka is really complete. Obviously, let's say at the bottom of all the projects we have, there is one which is mostly dealing with the data collection. So integrating data, collecting data, and then providing that data to large number of quite smaller, I would say smaller applications. The idea was to demonstrate that let's say the data, especially this is open data, and we are really trying to have as much as possible data to be open, is to show how easy it is to connect to the system and how easy it is to use the data from that particular system. And there is a number of different applications which are giving some statistical data, positional data, monitoring different, which can be then used in your particular application. So this is again one of the examples how the telecom big data analytics coming from telecom infrastructure, but also from the sensor infrastructure can be used in the number of different projects or products. You know. So coming to the conclusion, I would say that was everything what we are doing in the center of the competence. Is demonstrating that capability of large companies to provide the platforms and capability of smaller companies to provide or universities to provide the domain knowledge and then integrate that together is really proving to be successful. I would say that in the beginning of the project it was interesting to see how you can match, for example, quite large or professional project management capabilities of a company like Ericsson, where you have a number of the people working for different roles. When you combine this with a small company that maybe has 1 or 2 or 3 persons, but which have really specific domain knowledge, and they don't have so much time for paperwork, but they have really some interesting ideas or knowledge that can be incorporated in this larger product. So I would say that this kind of cooperation has proved quite successful, was basic for some of the next steps, and one of the reasons for we are pushing forward with this cooperation. And I would say this is also one of the reasons why I'm speaking here at this conference, is to think about the future products and to think about the future cooperation. Here in Rijeka there are a number of initiatives we are working on. One of that is developing several centers of the areas where we will deal further work and deal with implementation of new technologies like artificial intelligence. And I would say that in Rijeka we are lucky because in this moment there are a number of the initiatives that are going on and the projects that are, I would say, financed from different EU and private funding. They are dealing here in this picture. There are just some of them depicted. There are three major areas, three major groups. One is called Energana. This is center of the competence. This is kind of next step for the city of the competence center in Rijeka. And as you can see, mostly we will shift our interest and development in implementation of the artificial intelligence in a number of the projects we already working, but also in some new areas like gaming, because we believe that that's the area that can bring a lot of the different synergies between the industry and the local communities. It's quite interesting, this gamification process. The other projects which are also ongoing is this artificial intelligence project, which is working on University of Rijeka, but also City of Rijeka has this additive technologies torpedo labs and facility. So I would say this whatever was started within the Center of Competence in Rijeka is now also, this cooperation basically is now also coordinated with the other areas. And very shortly for the end, so our future to just started working City of Rijeka and the Smart 3 are just starting working on this Energana project. This is a project that will bring to the old paper mill, which is in the center of Rijeka. Famous paper mill to be reconstructed, and we will have there the laboratories and incubators that will implement small, let's say, there will be enabling implementation of new technologies. There will be artificial intelligence, specialized equipment like NVIDIA servers. There will be IoT and 5G technology available. And the idea is that in this space, we are offering this space for smaller companies, for startups, to develop new ideas and new projects. That's it from my side. It was a pleasure to participate here, and if there will be any questions, I will be more than happy to answer to them in Q&A section. Take care and see you later.
Today we spoke a lot about new technologies, innovation, and the future. But would any of this be alive without digitalization? We have a lot of tools, but if we don't know why and how to use them, they are worthless. Meet Emilia, head of 4PDIH, which provides, connects and supports knowledge, business and technology expertise, experimental and pilot environments, best practices, methodologies, and other activities necessary to fully enable Slovene industry in building digital competencies, innovation models and processes and support their digital transformation.
Thanks a lot for the invitation to be part of this excellent conference. We're very happy to be partners of FutureX, and we hope that we will keep this partnership in the future as well. So there is a lot of talk about digitalization, digital transformation, but what really makes me angry is that most of us still don't know the differences between digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. So before moving to why and how digitalization of the industry, I would like to use this opportunity and maybe somehow explain what are the differences between these three terms. So digitalization is creating a digital which means bits and bytes version of analog or physical things if you would like to, such as paper documents, microfilm images, photographs, sounds, and more. So, for example, the conversion of analog audio and video production to digital formats, to which we refer as, is indeed digitization. It is simply converting and or representing something non-digital. So we named several examples, but this could include signals, health records as well, location data, identity cards, and similar, into a digital format, which can be then used by a computing system for numerous possible reasons. Digitizing doesn't mean replacing the original document, such as the image or the sound. Sometimes the original document gets destroyed. So after having a digitized paper document, you can destroy it, or you can also keep it if you need it, for example, for some legal requirements. Sometimes it disappears anyway, or it is on a form that cannot be used in the future. And sometimes this is also transformed, but that's not so much about digitization in the strictest sense. What is the digitization defined in the context of processes? In the context of physical information carriers, such as paper documents or analog printed images, we mainly digitize by using document scanners in businesses. So for instance, you can scan a document or simply take a picture with a mobile, which means that the physical image became in a digital format. These document scanners create a digital representation of a scanned document, but it doesn't stop you. It doesn't stop with the document imaging in most cases. So why scan a document if you don't use the data it contains? Normally, in most business cases, it is far more important that the data which captures software can retrieve from the scanned image by using all sorts of intelligent and also less intelligent capture technologies are extracted in digital form and then leveraged to fit a workflow, a business process, a system, whatever is needed to achieve an outcome. So just scanning the document doesn't help you to use the data that is in this document. And what is important for you is to use the information there in this paper or analog version of the thing. So that brings us to the second meaning of digitization. In business, we speak about digitization from the perspective of processes as well. And here, this is also the major mistake we make. It is that digitization often becomes a synonym of automation. So that second meaning comes from the fact that in business context, we digitize documents for a reason. The fact that in business, in sense, it often becomes a synonym of automation here. If we use digital data extracted from physical carriers to automate business processes and workflows, we speak about digitization as well. So when we hear people speaking about we have digitized, most of the time they mean we moved from paper to digital data and from manual processes, which were about dealing with paper, to digital and automated workflows and processes. So how we move from digitization, which we already explained, to digitalization. Often this term is used interchangeably with digitization and also digital transformation, but digitalization is really something else. In businesses, digitalization most often refers to enabling, improving, or transforming business operations or business functions or business models and activities by leveraging digital technologies and a broader use and context of digitized data turned into intelligence and actionable knowledge with a specific benefit in mind. So here it requires digitization of information, but it means much more. And at the very center of digitalization, we can find data. So nowadays, lots of data, or also what we're used to, big data. While digitization is more about systems of record and increasingly systems of engagement, digitalization makes one step further, and it is about systems of engagement and systems of insight, leveraging digitalized data and processes. This means that we are using the data to find insights about future trends, for example. So it is in its meaning an information-rich context, which we mainly use it. So a second aspect that is often mentioned is the digitalization of a specific environment or area of businesses. So now we have all been into the COVID situation, and we're all used to digital workplace. So often when we when we speak about digital workplace, we talk about striving towards a minimum of paper. But a digital workplace, and we have seen it all now, it is about other things as well. It also means that your workforce works differently. So the people, your colleagues, are using digital tools such as mobile devices, technologies that make them mobile, or using social collaboration, and also unified communication platforms, which are digital systems enabling the colleagues, the workforce, to work in a more digital way. So this in turn creates new opportunities to engage differently, so to engage in other manners that we were used to. And this requires much more than just digitized data. So we need technology, digital technology. We need people with the relevant digital skills, and we need the whole culture within the company. Digitalizing the businesses leads to digital business. And the list of what we can digitalize, for example, supply chains, leading to digital supply chains and so on, is very long. In general, digitalization is seen as the road of moving towards digital businesses and digital transformation, as well as the creation of new digital revenue streams and offerings while doing so. And this is what requires the change. So this is why many people interchangeably use digitalization and digital transformation. The third meaning of digitalization goes beyond businesses and refers to the ongoing adoption of digital technologies across all possible society and human activities. So think about, for instance, the increasingly digital customer, the rise of digital healthcare, for example. We also have this situation now, and again, thanks to COVID. The growing digitalization of government. So even in Slovenia, we have a lot of digital public services. And since last year, we also started using them a lot. So then here we come different marketing, other customer services, and so on. So in other words, the digital is becoming approachable and also relevant for many, many different sectors within the whole society and the whole economy. And here we come to the third buzzword, if I may say so. So this is the digital transformation. And this is how we explain the difference between the digitalization and digital transformation. So the digital transformation, as we use it today, is broader than digitalization as a way to move to digital businesses. It requires far more bridges to be built in, and it needs to encompass digital transformation strategy. So it's not just enough to digitize, it's not just enough to have digital models, but we need a whole digital strategy. So the reason why we say as we use it today is that originally digital transformation was used to describe transformation of, for instance, what we mentioned at the beginning, so how we transformed paper into digital transformation. But as we already mentioned, we were not talking about digitalization, but we were speaking about digitization when turning paper into digital form. So many people still use scanning documents and using digital forms of these documents. They refer to digital transformation. However, so for the vast majority, digital transformation is an enterprise-wide phenomenon. But as we mentioned earlier, when we speak about digital transformation, it affects the whole economy, and what is most importantly, the digital transformation encompasses so all sectors of businesses. It doesn't matter whether they concern digital businesses or not. So it also affects people, capabilities, processes. So this ultimately leads to a whole new economy and society. So now when we know the difference between what is digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation, we can move forward to why digitalization. There's many different benefits of digital transformation, and I'm sure that you have already heard about many of them. For example, for many companies, the driver for digital transformation is cost related. So moving data to a public, private, or hybrid cloud environment, usually, so in most of the time, it lowers operational cost. It frees up hardware and software costs while freeing up team members to working also on other projects. So if we just go through several different benefits, one of them for sure is enhanced data collection. And already we mentioned that in the center of digitalization is for sure the data collection and using this data to get insights. So most businesses today are collecting tons of customer data. But the real benefit is optimizing this data for analysis that can drive the business forward. So it is about discovering new trends. It is about discovering new models which will improve the businesses. So digital transformation creates a system for gathering the right data and incorporating this data fully for business intelligence at a higher level. Then the next thing what I would like to mention about the benefits of the digital transformation is stronger resource management. Digital transformation consolidates information and resources into a suite of tools and businesses. So rather than disperse software and databases all around, it consolidates company resources and can also reduces vendor overlaps. So the average number of applications used in enterprise businesses in 2020 was 900. Digital transformation can integrate applications, databases, and softwares into a central repository for business intelligence, and then can really reduce the number of these different applications, which also means it can reduce the costs. Data-driven customer insights. So data can be the key to unlocking customer insights, and by better understanding your customers and their needs, of course, the companies can create a business strategy that is even more customer centric. So data enables strategies to provide more relevant, personalized, and of course, agile content. This also leads to the next benefit, which is a better customer experience. So consider how your digital transformation can not only unlock efficiencies for your teams, but also deliver more seamless, intuitive experience for your customers. And this spans from email communication to user portals, digital products, and even the cadence by which you can reach to new prospects. So one way to differentiate your brand with customers is to demonstrate that you value their privacy. So this is another very important aspect of digital transformation. And this means that you need to give the customer control of how your data is collected, their data is collected and used, and empower them with the autonomy to make decisions around their data. So data privacy, very important aspect when we're speaking about digital transformation. The next benefit I would like to mention is encouraging digital culture with, of course, improved collaboration. by providing the team members in the company with the right tools tailored to their environment, and most importantly also to their skills and expertise. Digital transformation encourages a digital culture. So while these tools provide a more seamless way to collaborate, they also help to move the entire organization or the company ahead digitally. This digital culture shift is crucial for businesses to remain sustainable. So it really enforces the upskilling and digital learning to team members to take the advantage of the benefits of digital transformation. Maybe for most of the companies, the most important benefit is increased profit. So the companies that undergo digital transformation improve efficiency and also profitability. So just to name a few results that were reported by Subcenter for Business Insights and Oxford Economics, 80% of organizations that have completed digital transformation report increased profits. 85% says that they have also increased their market share. And then on average, leaders expect 23% higher revenue growth than competitors which did not overgo digital transformation. Increased agility is the next benefit. So digital transformation makes the organizations more agile. So borrowing from the world of software development, businesses can increase their agility with digital transformation, which improves speed to market and also adoption continuous improvement strategies. And this is also resulting in improved productivity, which means having the right tools and enabling the team to work together can streamline workflow and improve the whole productivity within the organization. So by automating many manual tasks and integrating data throughout the organization, it empowers team members to work more efficiently. So now we're coming to the last question, and this is how digitalization. We talked about what is digitalization and how it differs from digitization and digital transformation. We saw what are the most important benefits of digitalization and digital transformation. But the major question that most of the companies have is how to digitally transform their organizations. So one thing for sure is having the right digital skills. And nowadays we know that education and training is available almost on the go. So there are so many different courses, online courses. Also, there are very good courses provided by even Slovenian universities where companies can get their employees and then where they can have the digital skills needed. So another thing is that you need very good partners. As I was introduced at the beginning, I'm coming from the Digital Innovation Hub 4PD, which stands for Public-Private People Partnership. And within our Digital Innovation Hub, we have plenty of different courses for companies, for also individuals, for public administrators, and so on. So what we would like to know is what are the needs of the companies, and then we are providing different trainings. Many of them are also for free. Just this year, we had in a partnership with Google and Coursera, we have provided 200 certificates for individuals so that they can digitally upskill. And even now in the forthcoming month, we have a lot of different trainings on data privacy, artificial intelligence, then also using the data for data insights, and so on and so on. So digital skills are for sure one of the most important factors if we would like to have digital transformation. And the next one is definitely the funding opportunities. So we know that digital transformation requires cost as well because for the infrastructure, so for the digital technologies, for the equipment needed, and so on and so on. And there are many funding opportunities both on national levels as well as provided by the European Commission. So we understand that for most of the companies, it is difficult to follow what is happening, so where they can find these opportunities. And that is why if you want successful digital transformation, it is important to have the right partners. Because, for example, at the 4P DIH, what we do is we really follow where these funding opportunities for digital transformation are, and then we try to provide these opportunities to our partners, like the companies or public administrations, municipalities, communities, and so on. So one of the way where you can find funding for your digitalization project is definitely on the national calls. There were several of them by the Ministry of Economy and Technology last year, and there will be new ones in the forthcoming years. But also there are many opportunities provided in Horizon Europe, and then also, for example, Digital Europe program. So the European Commission, in order to make sure that we do not lag behind USA and China, has reserved a lot of funds for digital transformation of the European companies, and especially small and medium enterprises. As mentioned already, it is important to have the right partners, and as the 4PDIH, we are part of many large European projects, which offer also third-party funding. We were very happy that many Slovenian companies got the opportunity to receive funds from these projects. One of them is for sure DigiFat. Another one is EU Hubs for Data, where they were able to use these funds for very concrete projects. As I know, in the next presentation, you will also learn from a company, so how they used their connections with 4PDIH and received the funding for their projects. So what does it mean to be a digitally mature company? Of course, and do all companies that need digital transformation? It really depends on the sector. It really depends on what you would like to achieve. We know that some sectors are digitally more mature, and then there are some sectors that are lagging behind. In this digital age, everybody needs to have at least some base, but then it really depends on what you would like to achieve. For example, if you're a company and you would like to see where you stand, there's so many different questionnaires. One of them is also available at 4PDIH. So we have produced this with our partners within a European project called Digital Regions. So for a company, you just fill in this questionnaire, and then you can really see where you're standing. What does it mean? Whether you have covered all the aspects in terms of data, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of digital technologies you're using, connectivity you're using, and so on and so on. So by filling in this questionnaire, you can really see how far are you in the process of digital transformation. But what is even better, you receive recommendations, what you need to do to move one step further. So here it is a nice and a structured way, because this is where you will see what are the most important factors when it comes to digital transformation. For sure, that is the connectivity, the digital skills, the data, the processes within the company. And you will see whether you're doing any mistakes, or how you can then improve these mistakes, and then, of course, what is needed to be done to continue further. So another thing what we are doing at 4PDIH now is we're preparing as well a questionnaire where we would like to collect the needs, and based on that to provide link to the right training, so that you can really receive the knowledge that is needed within the company. So For example, if the trends are in artificial intelligence and your company doesn't really work with artificial intelligence, to be digitally mature, it is not important to everybody in the company will know how to use artificial intelligence or to produce algorithms, but maybe you're dealing with something else, and then we would like to provide really the most relevant trainings for the company and for the employees there. So how I would like to see the future, it is human-centered digital transformation, which means that although we are using digital technologies and all the advantages of the digital transformation, we need to have the people in the center. So we are doing all this with people in mind and the benefits, of course, for the humans. And what a startup and a corporate can do here. We need to keep in mind that the chain is as stronger as its weakest link, which means that we will be as good as the ones that are lagging behind and not as the ones that are at the forefront. So even if, for example, the corporates have enough funds to afford the digital transformation, they must make sure that there will be funds for the startups as well. And what they can do for digital transformation to be successful is to invest in people. So to invest in their workforce, which means to make sure that their employees have the right skills. So for lifelong education, for making sure that the digital culture and the culture as well within the company will be always positive and pleasant. So thanks a lot again for inviting me to the conference, and I'm really looking forward to future collaboration. So if you need help with your digital transformation, digitalization, and everything connected to digital, the team at 4PDIH is looking forward to supporting you and collaborating with you.
Effective cross-border collaborations are increasingly important to ensure that European startups, SMEs, and mid-caps can benefit from world-class product support and service innovation, and remain at their competitive edge on a global market. Presenting you the story of startup Omibit and the support they got within the DG Fed.
Hello, I'm Aleš Nastran, I'm CEO of Omibit. We were one of the first incubated companies of Sasha Incubator, so we have been their members from the very beginning. Our focus is reduction of energy with our patented controllers and cloud platform. Currently, our system is analyzing more than 100,000 parameters in real time. Last year, we started to develop new product and platform for home energy management named Reduxy. In 2020, we submitted a proposal that was recognized as successful. So, Reduxy was granted by DigiFed, which is an EU-funded innovation action on the Horizon 2020 program.
The problem Reduxy solves comes from the increasing consumption of electricity during peak hours in industry, households, and cities, which is posing serious challenges and constraints for energy distribution related to the stability of grids, and will shortly represent a bottleneck in achieving the EU 2030 targets related to energy efficiency and greenhouse emissions, thus slowing down the transition toward a greener and energy-efficient Europe. We believe that energy optimization can be done in a much efficient, user-friendly, and cheaper way. Can you imagine such a smart building management system box, implemented as a plug-and-play solution ready to use in tertiary buildings, industry premises, and even households? We are proud to introduce our Reduxy as improved version of Ambit's energy information system solutions. Using smart algorithms, it will be able to predict the customer's behavior and forecast customers' energy consumption, optimize the energy sources from grid, batteries, or power plants with customer needs in real time and at optimal costs when dynamic pricing model will be implemented. Let me tell you what makes us different. It's our solution being cloud-based, modular, GDPR compliant, safe and secure, and with encrypted communications. It's easy to install and most important figure, plug-and-play solution. Reduxy, your choice for a better future.
Our company will continue to contribute to the reduction of energy consumption for our clients and digitalization of energy sector. I believe you are willing to know more about us, so visit us at reduxy.eu. See you!
Guess who's back? Now it's time to move from dimension X to dimension A, if you know what I mean. Oh, you don't? It's time for you to take action. I invite you to the live session with our speakers where you will have the opportunity to ask questions, share your thoughts, and meet other participants of the conference. The invitation should be at your email at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. See you.
We can't actually see into the future, but we have to create it. Meet the future creators.